And we are live. I can click that. Look at that, straight in there. It does, it works. We're in. That was good. I don't know how many views we've got. Got 4 straight away. Let me get the go live on the level live and bust the song. Which one? Logos.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
Welcome. Free for All Fridays. We are live. Let me do that. That's the GIF. Come on, get it on there. On the level live. Causing a bit of a fuss with the horizontal paradox. We just, I think I'm calling this Free for All Friday, so anybody can talk about anything. Come to the Discord. Come and have a chat. Anybody open the floor about? Up. It is Friday. It's the weekend. Come and let your hair down. We'll relax the don't drink in Discord rule for entertainment's sakes. And I've been messing about with Mr. Sensible's lot. They're getting really upset over there. They don't like hearing all horizontals are parallel, which is a very strange thing to have to talk. Like when you realise that the power of saying truthful facts to adults, I don't think it can be beat. Telling people that horizontals are parallel and that straight lines don't have any bends to them. Triangles having 180 degrees. That's triggers people. I know it shouldn't. And I can't stop myself from saying it. Especially when you know that somebody will get really upset at you saying things like, triangles only have 180 degrees. I think it's interesting though to go through the lesson as to why triangles only got 180 degrees. Why trigonometry works, why we can do any geometry at all, why it's even a thing. It's based on the triangle. The fact that triangles only have 180 degrees. It's really hard to understand why people get so upset about it, but when you realise that people have built a framework of their understanding around something that's not real, but that something that's not real relies on triangles having more than 180 degrees.
They're so triggered, bro. Just the mention of our, like I just posted on Gems. I invited them, come on over, it's free for all. They all went crazy.
Yeah.
They went crazy. Yeah. Anybody, go have a look in the chat. Insulting.
I'm not going over there.
No, I'm just saying, like, just the sheer mention of, me or you or this place or the boys here, they go nuts.
I know. I went over to Mr. Sensible's, somebody was making some lewd comments or whatever, because we have hump day on Wednesday, obviously, and we were talking about, DP's added in the nutsack drop. And they were saying that's all offensive and all of that. But I mean, it's a recognised globe proof, the nutsack drop. I've got a video sorted out. I'm just waiting on DP getting the end screen for us, but I'll play the thing. I'll give you guys a look at it, so you guys in the Discord can hear it. I need a start screen and an end screen. But everybody else on the YouTube should be able to hear this as well, right? So for anyone that's in the Discord, if you want to come in and listen to it, this is Paid NASA Shill verifying the nutsack drop as a globe proof. Here you go. Paid NASA shill. Can I just clarify, right? The nutsack drop being a globe proof, is that on par with the sextant for the flat Earth proof?
Well, see, the sextant is also a globe proof, but you're too stupid to understand it.
Okay, so is the nutsack drop a better globe proof than the sextant is a globe proof?
No, actually, the sextant is a pretty good, almost perfect proof that the Earth is a globe. The nutsack thing is related to it.
So did you say an almost perfect proof?
Yeah, almost perfect, because, nothing's perfect.
Do you know what a proof is?
Yes. Oh, okay, so you can say proof, huh? Okay, how about demonstration? Do you prefer that word, sir?
Okay, so is the nutsack drop a good enough demonstration of the globe?
A nutsack drop is a pretty good demonstration of the globe,
So
yeah.
it's not a proof now.
Well, you see, the problem is that you're using the word proof, man.
No, you used the word proof. You said that the nutsack drop was a globe proof.
Hold on a second, listen to me. I was speaking colloquially. If you want to be 100% scientifically correct, yes, it's not a proof. It is a demonstration. It's a pretty good demonstration of that.
Bad semantics on your part, then.
Semantics on my part, yes.
There you go. So, that's another one you've got to compete with. No doubt. Dave Weiss will be wanting to find that. We can just package that up. We package some RBD face and present the nutsack drop to Dave Weiss. Bitcoin ready. I can feel it coming. So nutsack drop is the new flavoured globe proof, on par with the sextant from Paid NASA shill. Anybody seen Paid NASA shill recently? Is he hiding out? He might be hiding out over at Gems. Don't think we've seen him anywhere else. Wow. And yeah, obviously, along with the nutsack drop, they got all offended. And then I had to tell them that there is no such thing. It's not a globe proof at all. And that all horizontals are parallel. And they got really upset.
But they don't like that.
Mm-hmm. They started calling me a flat earther. To which I told them I can prove it's not flat. So I couldn't really be a flat earther, and they were being a little bit bigoted. And that at some point they are going to have to accept the paradox. I'm calling it the horizontal paradox, because, I mean, obviously, all horizontals are parallel, and they're just going to have to accept the paradox and go about the day. Because it's not as if they can say it's not, all horizontals aren't parallel, because they are.
You have to reconcile with the fact that there's a 28.5 meter, 90-foot hump in the Rakia Bridge. Now your brain has to do a Scooby-Doo on that one. That's not our fault. Sorry. We're just pointing out the ridiculousness of your model. If you can convince yourself that on a body of water 20 miles across approximately, there's a 90-foot hump of water there, well, that's the problem is yours. The problem is not ours.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I find it funny to go into these debunking servers I don't want to say that Mr. Sensible's an adult Globe Earth Discord server, but I'd be willing to say that he probably is. He probably owns one of the adult Globe Earth Discord servers. And that George came over to say hello. He was saying that George is coming over. Update. George is coming over and he wanted me to give him a lesson on how to use his theodolite because he's bringing it over to help Rumpus. And I said, yeah, I'll be glad to meet him. So we've been officially invited to go down to Rumpus's test by George to go and help him out. George is coming.
Oh, that should be wow! Wow!
Yeah, I look forward to that now. I mean, spring, summertime, it should be coming up soon. To go, and I call it a historic moment, right? Because I mean, obviously, my son has done the Robotham. We've done the looking over from one bridge to the other. I mean, we're going to do some more. But to be there when Rumpus gets wrecked, that'd be great as well.
Plus, he could use a hand, putting up those huge things he has there, the poles.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't be qualified to do that, would I?
Oh, come on, you can't hold up a pole?
No, we're just documenting stuff. We just go there with we go there to observe. We'll not get in the way.
You mean you wouldn't help him lift a pole up? I'm sure you would. DP, the lads, give Rumpus a hand. Because they got it crooked last time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Emma's just brought up a good point. I'm not so sure about George and the internet history. I mean, he has wrote some nasty comments about me. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, even when Rumpus was talking about us with the Farmer's Boy, they were talking about machetes and stuff. But I'd still go down there. Document it all. That would be great. I can't wait.
If they're all going, I might even turn up.
Yeah. It's a day out. Next level. Day out. Pilgrimage. You'd have to come. Well, we go to the pub. Have some food. We could book it in the pub.
I was going to say, I wonder if they make it on one of our annual meeting days.
They could do.
You never know.
Yeah, because we do. We have regular, annual, biannual.
You can
monthly.
You can get dressed up as well if you want. I mean, come in your 1800s regalia.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. That. I mean, 1880s.
Oh,
yeah.
Top hat.
I think Spot On's got the long one, the tall one. We're having a competition who can have the biggest hat. I was thinking today, I think I might buy myself a new Deerstalker, like a proper one. One with a pocket.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
A pocket to put my ciggies in.
Don't forget the long, extra long pipe.
No, scrap the pipe.
Yeah.
What?
You don't need the pipe.
Yeah.
I've got a cameraman. I could have the pipe. Could order him around with my end of a pipe. Yeah, I got a feeling it's going to be a good year this year. we're going to have to teach a lot of people about paradoxes and paradox acceptance. I think that we're going to have to be very like counselors. Emma's counselling training will come in very handy. Think about that. We've had Emma here.
It wasn't counselling.
Well, mediation.
It was conflict management.
There you go. That's moderation. That it's training to be a moderator.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
In a Discord server.
You were made for the job.
Yeah.
I think it was before Discord even existed.
The most qualified moderator for conflict training ever, Emma. And she's never had a chance to moderate in a debate. Because there is no debates, let's face it. It'd be really hard to moderate, wouldn't it, Emma?
Especially with people speaking past each other with different definitions.
Yes. Yeah, how do you think you'd do, Emma? You know, if you were to do a debate, I know it obviously couldn't be in this arena, or could it? Could you moderate a debate, say between who's the best?
You would have to start with an agreement between everyone on what a debate is, what is allowed in a debate. All of that kind of stuff, because otherwise you could say something in a debate and not have a citation. Do you take that as this person's researched, or does everything have to... There's loads of stuff you've got to agree beforehand.
I imagine that's the sort of chat you had with Sean Hawkins when he set up his debate night.
No. It depends, though. It depends on what kind of debate you want to do. But the debates, in this topic aren't really debates.
No, I mean, you could probably get a few debates on the debates before you could do the debates, and the debates would never happen. Because I don't think anyone can even decide what the definition of anything is.
Yep. And also the big question of what is proof.
Yeah, whether there actually is any or not.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. It seems like the arena that we're in has gone stale, right? There are no conversations to be had anymore, I don't think. We need to go and find some fresh new ground to talk to people. Because, like we've just had, Sean G. Shout out Sean G. Just came in a bit earlier to talk about Blue's tangent plane. Blue's mislabeled tangent plane. But we have had Brenda, Rumpus, and now Sean G. Come and defend Blue's tangent plane. So Blue must be a big guy within this arena, like Grandfather Blue.
Blue, the voice of God? Oh yeah, Blue is up there.
It would make sense that Rumpus would come and defend it, who has no clue what a tangent is.
Yeah, but we were talking to Spot On earlier, and at the beginning of this, Spot On didn't think he knew very much. But he did. He knew it all. He just didn't know how to put words to it all. But like the internal understanding of what was going on was there. And that, he just found out earlier on, isn't even there with the people that profess to be geniuses.
I thought George outranked Blue. But no, Blue outranks George.
Well, obviously, I don't think George can defend Blue, because I think Blue's trying to defend George. To be honest.
Yeah, he has him under his wing. Yeah.
George went rogue a bit back.
Yeah, that's why Blue asked me to leave the server, because he thought I was mistreating George.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he came
I commend
over
him
to
for
Mr.
that, by the way.
Sensible's earlier, George, and had to get a message deleted. Doxing, as he does, you know.
Again, huh?
Yeah,
Wow.
just all over anybody's server. It doesn't matter.
I told him, you're lucky Blue tolerates you. Because you doxed Bev, I don't know how many times in front of me.
Yeah. I don't know, it's only names though, right?
Oh, we have a Brenda.
Oh, wow. Are we coming
did I not call it?
Brenda has guts.
You have to
no matter what you say about her.
Defend Blue's tangent plane. Did Sean tell you, Brenda, in the meeting, or was it the live stream that going live that brought you in? Show ponies.
She likes to be called Ellen.
It's Brenda.
You can call me Brenda or Ellen. It doesn't matter.
Sorted your mic out tonight. Thank you.
Did the mic work?
There's a bit of fuzz there in the background, but that sounds better than the usual.
That's the fan to the case of the PC.
Have you heard about the horizontal paradox? Yeah, have you come to terms to accept it?
Don't know what it is.
You don't know what the horizontal paradox is? Right, well, quite simply put, is a horizontal is defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Right? Now, that means that all horizontals will inevitably be parallel to each other also. You can see the common thing. So basically the paradox is that if you have a model, that's a paradox. Because it can't happen on your model. Yet your model says your model has to exist, but paradoxically, all the horizontals are parallel and never intersecting, so your model can't exist because of the horizontals being parallel. But you still want your model, so it has to be a paradox.
That doesn't seem like a very good argument.
To say what? That all horizontals are parallel? Or that that's a paradox if you have a model?
I don't think that your definition is correct.
Definition? What did you want to define? Checking the P's, I like that. Take Emma's advice. Mind your P's and Q's. So, which P would you be like? Did we have a... Yeah. What? The horizontals. Defined as being parallel to the plane of the horizon, mathematically. Do you want me to get you some citations?
Is that the math? That's not the mathematical definition, is it, though?
I can find a few for you. Horizontal. What have you got for horizontal? What have you got? I think I've got it in my level folder. You know, we've done this a few times, haven't we? There you go. That's maths. A line with zero slope or a line with y-axis has a static value. The horizontal line is always parallel to the Earth's surface. Oh dear, I don't see. You could say the Earth's surface. I'd go with horizon, but I mean,
that still looks like a bad definition to me.
That one does look like, oh, it's maths, right? But yeah, I'd agree with you. That's a bit bad. That one there. Left to right across the page. In geometry, a horizontal line is one which runs from left to right across the page. It comes from the word horizon in the sense that horizontal lines are parallel to the horizon. And then it's got a bit at the bottom there. It says the horizon is horizontal. I'll get you some more, don't worry. Got a few. Any horizon over an ocean is horizontal. Wow. Which has the slope of 0 or no slope. There is no steepness, so no incline or decline. Some more. I've got quite a few. Got quite a few definitions from the at right angles to the vertical, parallel to level ground, flat or level, a horizontal position, near, on, or parallel to the horizon, measured or contained in a plane parallel to the horizon.
I think I like at right angles to the vertical.
Yeah. All of them, same thing, isn't it?
No. I think there's slight differences.
Slight differences.
Slight differences that make a lot of difference in the long run.
Uh-huh.
Right?
So are you going to just pick that one? Is another one adjective parallel to or in the plane of the horizon or a baseline horizontal surface?
All right, horizontal in a 3D coordinate system would be
X and Y axis.
Would be 90 degrees to the Y axis, I suppose. Unless you do Z up. Some people do Z up and some do Y up.
Yeah.
So whichever one is the vertical axis.
Talking about that. Yeah, Z.
Yeah.
We class Z as being the up, and the X and the Y on the horizontal
well, which do you
plane.
prefer? Which do you prefer, Y up or Z up?
Z up.
Z up?
I did say that. Yeah.
Z up. Yeah. So Z up. So horizontal would be
X and Y
perpendicular
axis. Yeah.
So horizontal would be perpendicular to
X and
the
Y.
Z axis.
Yeah. All along it. Yeah. Every perpendicular to the horizontal plane.
So in a three-dimensional coordinate system with the Z up, horizontal is perpendicular to the Z-axis.
It says, I've got one here, it says mathematics measured or contained in a plane parallel to that of the horizon.
Why did you feel you needed to start talking?
Because I think mathematics is a much better, like you trust maths better, don't you?
Yeah, but well, that's does not answer my question. Why did you feel you needed to talk over me?
Because I just wanted to tell you that
I really don't
found the mathematics one.
You know what? I don't give a shit about why you thought. Just don't fucking do it.
Wow. But Do you not like the mathematical definition?
No, I
That's
don't
better.
like it
I'll
when
find
you
another one
interrupt
for
me
you.
when I'm in the middle of talking.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Carry on. Carry on.
This is something a lot of people have complained to you about, Bev.
Have they?
You have no respect for
Can
other
you,
people.
have you got
Like right
a
now.
list?
Like right now, you have no
I know,
respect.
but you just said a lot of people. I've never heard a lot of... I've heard you moan a lot. You do a lot of that sort of stuff.
Okay, so horizontal is perpendicular to the vertical line, which is, in this case, we're saying it's the z-axis, z up, right? So that within a 3D coordinate system, that's what horizontal is, and every horizontal will be parallel to any other horizontal in that 3D coordinate system. I agree totally with that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no problem. I don't see any paradox, though. I don't see any paradox.
Being in a plane perpendicular to the gravitational field, that is, perpendicular to a plumb line at a given point on the Earth's surface. What do you think of that? I like that.
I wasn't talking about plumb lines. I was just talking about in a 3D coordinate
That's science
system.
and technology.
I'm just talking about in a 3D coordinate system. You are correct.
In reality.
No, in a 3D coordinate system.
Mm-hmm. In
Not
reality, that's where
Not
horizontal
reality.
and vertical exist. Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm not talking about reality. I'm talking about in a 3D coordinate
If you're
system.
talking about vertical and horizontal, then yes, you are definitely talking about reality.
I'm talking about in a 3D coordinate system.
Like in reality?
Not like in reality.
Yeah, reality's 3D.
No, I didn't say it wasn't.
Oh, I know.
I said in a 3D coordinate system.
Mm-hmm. But that's where horizontal and vertical exist in reality.
So even you just can't help yourself but interrupt people when you feel like you need to talk.
I'm just making sure we understand that we're talking about reality, the 3D coordinate system of reality, like, you know, horizontal, vertical. You okay? You like that? Do you want me to go on a bit more talking about...
No. It left.
Oh, did it? Oh, dear. Talking about reality gets a bit too much. What were we talking about? We were talking about why it is so hard for some people to understand reality. Horizontal paradox is gonna do them all in. I don't think there's gonna be anybody left to talk to us.
Oh yeah, there's no way around this one.
Yeah, I think we went over the point and the line and all of that yesterday, right? Those are concepts that give you the proofs that lead you up to reality. Now we all live in reality. It's 3D. When you get to this debate stage about what we're talking about now, we all should know that we are talking about reality. You can use the concepts of the logic and the geometry and all of that to try and aid in the understanding of the point that you're trying to get across, but we all have to be starting now to understand that we are definitely talking about reality. We are. Always have been. It's a bit... It's getting a bit much.
Water does not hump. Oh, sorry, Beth.
I say, it's getting a little bit much when you're talking to people and they swap what they're talking about in between reality and not reality, and one meaning of something and a colloquial meaning of something else, and that you should know what I'm talking about. Why should I know what I'm talking about? I'll put that on you and your imagination of it all. I think we need to get some more clarity to everything when we're talking about things. Because, I mean, I haven't got a clue what goes on in Brenda's head. I don't think anybody should know what goes on inside Brenda's head. I don't ask anybody to get inside Brenda's head to understand what's going on there. So it would be handy if people can just talk about and understand that when we're talking about reality.
It's not hard to understand, Brenda. Troll. That's it, troll. Everything you say, Brenda's going to go against it. That's it, in a nutshell.
Is there an easier way for me to describe the horizontal paradox? Other than
I've tried.
say the geometrical consequences of horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon means that it cannot exist on a model, on the globe model. That it cannot happen on a spherical surface. It's impossible. Therefore, it has to be a paradox. You have to accept it.
Ain't gonna happen.
No, I mean, if you want to have the model, you have to accept it. You can't deny that it's a paradox. Once it's pointed out to you, no, you can't. You have
They've been
to
doing
accept
it for years, bro.
Yeah, but
they've been doing it for years.
They didn't know. Now they've become paradox blind. They're unaware. Maybe because there are so many paradoxes, and that's what our job is, to point these paradoxes out. The geometrical consequences of horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon means that they will never intersect with each other. It also means the geometrical implications of horizontal being parallel to the plane of the horizon means the horizon plane is a horizontal plane.
No doubt about it.
Job done. I mean, that's a paradox. It can't be on a globe. But it is. Observably. It's wrote down in all the dictionaries. I mean, should they get them changed? And how could you change that?
You don't understand, Bev. Come on, you don't understand. How many times has it been explained to you? Gravity.
Gravity doesn't come into geometry, or doesn't come into horizontals or planes.
You don't understand.
See, this is why I say you're just gonna. I can't, right? I can't accept that. I don't have a model, but I do know that all horizontals are parallel. And a horizontal being parallel to the plane of the horizon means the horizon is on a horizontal plane. I don't know.
Yeah, but not in non-Euclidean. Not in non-Euclidean. You don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Parabola.
I don't know where non-Euclidean is. It must be over there. But it's Euclidean. Hit locally Euclidean. It's that place where non-local exists in the mind. It's the only place this model exists.
Yep.
In the mind.
La land.
Yeah, I think that's pretty simple. I mean, I don't think you can get I don't think you could get a simpler paradox. I mean, you could call it a definitional paradox if you wanted to. But, I mean, it is provable that a horizontal plane can be established.
Well, I've been wanting to know how elevation would even be measurable if horizontals aren't parallel.
Sphere.
Okay.
This globe.
No, but I mean, they say that horizontals aren't parallel, but how would you measure elevation if horizontals aren't parallel? And if they are parallel, if elevation requires horizontals to be parallel, then wouldn't the burden of proof be on whoever's saying that they're not parallel?
But you don't understand. I can measure elevation underneath a sphere and call it up. You don't understand. Gravity.
I like the idea of the... because, I mean, I did challenge myself that, right? I know how elevation is measured. But if the model were to exist, how would you do it? You can't. It's impossible. It's part of the horizontal paradox.
If you can envision yourself always on the top of a sphere, it's game over. They got you. If you can take a sphere, a ball, let's say, and put a little rinky toy on the top of it and one on the bottom, and call that both on top of the sphere, it's over for you. You cross the event horizon. Cog this event horizon. There's no hope for you.
It's impossible. It's impossible.
Impossible.
Yeah. That's sort of what makes it a paradox. I mean, they have to accept it. I mean, they're never going to disprove it, are they? How can you disprove horizontals being parallel?
Yep. And they also have to accept one man's vertical is another man's horizontal.
Yeah, that's the perpendicular paradox.
Yep.
The perpendicular paradox is that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, yet at some point on the globe model, vertical and horizontal are parallel.
Yep. Interchangeable.
And on the globe model, horizontals are parallel. They were allowed to have horizontals parallel on the globe model, but you're not allowed to have verticals parallel.
Yeah.
You can have verticals being parallel to horizontal.
Yeah, it's almost like, it's almost like you go into another world, a fantasy.
Yeah, I've been after a while for some sort of method of measuring a curvature, but there is none. Horizontal paradox states that the water level is horizontal. You can't measure a drop from a horizontal if the horizontal is the horizontal that you're trying to measure drop from. There won't be any. And I understand. They've all got this. They've got this big bravado sort of thing to keep going. I mean, like Blue and George. I mean, they've been selling this story to people for quite a while now. they've been arguing with people about how all of this stuff works. Yeah, I don't know. They need a bit of content, don't they? Give them a chance. So, anytime anybody wants to come in, it is free for all Fridays. We know that most of them don't want to come in and say anything, but like I'll have to keep saying, we're on with the horizontal paradox. We've also got Emma with the modus tollens, next level modus tollens. States a water level is a horizontal, a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. And then the fact that all horizontals are parallel to each other. And I'm guessing, right, if the horizontal of the water level is horizontal, then a horizontal of another water level is also horizontal. But then you could definitely show that those are parallel by joining them up to make a straight line. Because obviously only straight lines make parallels. And if only straight lines make parallels, and you can make those with water levels, and you can extend a straight line with shared straight line segments, then I'm guessing that's provable.
Straight lines. The straight line segment, absolutely.
Yeah, a horizontal's being parallel. I mean, you could say, and also horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon. I mean, you could go to the beach and just check it with levels to go and see whether they are parallel too.
Yep, I always say, go to the beach, get a table, put a glass of water, a glass of wine, and compare it to the horizon. It's game over right there. I mean, what else do you want?
Yeah, I don't think many people want to play the game. I think we've just lost a load of viewers. Whether people were listening in to hear something that they could take the piss out of, and now they've all just left. Oops.
I see 31 people there.
Yeah. Oh, I think there's some more coming back again. Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, is Phil in here?
There's a lot of streams going on, that's why.
Yeah, well, this horizontal paradox is going to lead to more paradoxes. And
that's all I'm hearing lately. Paradox this, paradox that. It's catching on.
Well, we have to have the understanding of a paradox. I would consider a paradox as something that is, how do you say, contradictory. There's a contradiction within your logic, I would call that.
Like two opposing thoughts kind of a thing going on. Yeah.
Well, I would definitely say that, yeah. It's the not P and not P. Or there's like two statements that contradict each other within it. And it takes the time sometimes. I mean, not a lot of people can see them. It does take time for somebody to point them out. Some of them might not mean much or whatever, but I mean, within the globe model, the very fact that a horizontal is there, I mean, it shouldn't be a plane anyway.
That's the simplest thing to understand. A beach, a table, a glass of water, and a glass of wine. Game over. Or a lake, a pond, whatever. Every time. There's no way around it. Water. There's there just isn't.
Yeah, and just thinking back now, Spot On's just put the triangle paradox. And that just sort of makes you think that all of the arguments that we've ever had where people don't go into that, right, you know, when you get to that question, right, within the conversation, you get to the point where you can ask the perfect question. You eventually maneuver them into that position. And then when you ask that question, right on the point of the event horizon, right, they can either answer the question honestly, or they can cross over the event horizon and go to, there's no way back from this, right? That's the...
Yeah.
And right at that point is when you should be, I don't know, a normal person should be able to see what reality is, as opposed to crossing over into that event horizon. But if the model dictates it,
then you must go.
Then you've got to do it, especially if you're faced with somebody that you've already put in a position that, I hate to say it, it's like that bigotry where you put somebody as a flat earther rather than just talking about reality. I mean, where they are, the paradox acceptance thing, we're teaching them. They're going to have to accept it. They can't stop us from saying truthful things like horizontals are parallel. I mean, they can't make that offensive, surely. They can't make it hate speech to talk about triangles having 180 degrees. You can't say, here's a paradox for you. Your model says there's no triangles of 180 degrees.
Speaking of which, yesterday, just when I thought it couldn't get any crazier, the 5-sided square. We all remember that one, right? Well, now there's a 3-sided square, believe it or not. And they go on and they just say, yeah, look, this is a 3. And they hold up a triangle and they say, yeah, this is a 3-sided square.
Huh?
Adults.
I kid you not. Saragaki, I kid you not, bro.
It's shocking to me. Some of the things you hear adults tell each other on these Discord servers, it came as a huge shock to me when I first came here. Like, this is actually going on, and they are serious, And now I can take a step back and sort of laugh at it a little more, but sometimes it still gets to me. Like, this is actually real. We're in this situation right now. We're actually having this conversation right now.
With adults.
With adults.
I can understand having it with kids. Really. Youngsters. And then, because then you'd think, well, perhaps they just weren't sharp in class or whatever. Perhaps they missed the tangent day.
Now, for those that think I was joking about the three-sided square, I just posted it on Next Level server live chat. Everyone's free to come over and have a look and just blow your mind. Just listen to this man talk. I think he's a doctor or something, some sort of professor or doctor or something like that.
He must have a really tiny protractor.
I reckon. No, people gotta see this. They gotta see what these people believe. It's astonishing. It's astonishing.
All of the concepts, you see the 90 degrees and the striped lines, it's stolen concept fallacy, is it not? Like you're taking this stuff right out of Euclidean geometry and just distorting it completely counter to what it's actually, like what it actually is within Euclidean geometry. Stolen concept fallacy.
Yeah. It's insane. They just stretch. They take things and they just stretch them and they say, look, it's got 5 sides now. 5 90-degree. Oh, man.
And what's also kind of surprising is like you try to have a conversation with some adults about this stuff and you don't really recognize it at first, but you assume that you'll be able to have a sort of, civil conversation to get to the point at the end where you can both agree that, yeah, parallel lines are actually parallel, for example. But no, it doesn't ever get there. They don't want to admit to basics.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What's up, Essie?
Very good. How's it going?
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
I'm a professor now. So are you, by the way.
No problem. I'll take that.
Yeah, we're all professors in the science field.
Well, we could do, I think, professors of paradox. Paradox professors. Well, I'm a paradox hunter.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bev, I was asked a question last night. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I was told that I was a flat earther, and he said that I said that the earth is not flat. Okay. I said that I believe the earth is level, and then the question was, what, like, it's level? What do you compare level to? So I says, well, water, the horizon. What do you think about that? Is it?
Yeah. I'd said very early on, right, when I...
To the horizon. Yeah, it's the horizon and to water. Yeah.
Water lies horizontal, right? I mean, your whole understanding of what horizontal is comes from that.
From water.
Where else?
Exactly.
Where else do you get it from?
That's logic.
Yeah, it's just the actual orientation. It, like, the water dictate. Well, it's not say the water dictates it, but I mean, it all comes together. It's all already there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what we experience in real life.
And what I would suggest to you next time, you don't have to be an earther, right? Big E is the imaginary friend that people want you to have, right? What does your Big E look like? You know,
Yeah.
Are you a globe Big E guy, or do you have a flat Big E? It's like I don't have anything, so you can just say I can prove that level is horizontal.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's just as triggering. But there's no need for you to take on Big E.
I know, because I don't know the shape of the Earth. I don't know what shape it is, but I know the Earth is level.
Well,
where we live,
level is horizontal, right?
Yes. Yeah.
It's not the Earth, the land isn't level.
No, it's not. No, it's you have the valleys, the mountains.
Yeah.
But the water is
definitely level, and level is definitely horizontal, right? So
exactly,
that's what you can go to.
So I just say I don't agree with the term flat earther, because the Earth cannot be flat.
That's a misnomer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a misnomer. Absolutely. And then he asks us, what shape is the Earth then? We don't know.
Yeah.
But we know it's level. It's water lies level. It's not level. Valleys and mountains, and it's not a ball. It's not a spinning ball.
Can't be. Have you heard Emma's logic?
Yes, I know Emma.
There you go.
Of course, yeah.
Not P.
Not P.
Not P. Emma said.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, like you can't go against that now. That's another paradox that the ballers have got. Emma said not P. So screw you guys. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's logic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good logic. That.
Some people think it's okay to just call it fallacious without even knowing the argument.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, call it fallacious logic. I mean, that was that last night, Brenda?
Yes.
Brenda and Rumpus. Yeah. That's fallacious logic. Which logic is that? Well, you tell me. Like, no. Which is the logic that you said is fallacious?
Did Brenda run away last night? Because I was switching from the computer to my phone, and when I got to bed to listen on my phone, Brenda had left.
Yeah, twice. Brenda.
Twice.
I'll get me coat. I'll get me coat, and just left without saying even goodbye or anything.
Yeah, Blue was in here last night as well. I was even telling Blue to get Brenda out because she was making a show of herself with her, just trolling, calling you a liar, Bev.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, we've obviously Brenda's been in and absolutely shown herself up over the last. I don't know, like 3 or 4 days. Seems like we got assigned Brenda. Might be while Beddy was out away on his holidays.
Or George, maybe. No, where's George?
I seen George today over at Mr. Sensible's. He was doing a bit of doxing over there. Chased us over there to tell us that he was coming over to see Rumpus. To help Rumpus out with his Bedford level test.
Is he still hanging out in Blues?
Well, who knows?
Blues. I must look if I'm. I asked Blue to unblock me. Wonder if he did.
I don't know how you'd find an invite. Has he sent you one?
Hang on.
Message you like or something.
Blue, no.
Do you ask tough questions?
Who, me?
Yeah.
See, I'm Gadget. You know that, do you?
I know. I'm messing with you.
I don't ask tough questions. I ask questions.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
Sure you do.
And like simple questions, and then I get banned. Yeah.
Well, they're the ones that, like, what we've learned over the last few days. I hope people have realised that the people that we have over here aren't smart, and the reason they get upset at you asking very simple questions is that they're not smart, and obviously, their model isn't real.
Yeah, I know.
So they can't answer these very simple questions because then they're not smart enough to be able to make up answers.
Exactly.
You're too smart for them, bro. You're too smart.
Yeah.
Just face the facts.
The questions, I mean, what I would suggest to everybody, right? If you are asking people questions and you never get an answer, bring that question to us. We want to collect them. We want to be a collector of all of these unanswered questions, because at the end of them, there is a paradox or something that'll let you know. Not real. The model, can't exist. I can't live with paradoxes.
No. The model.
I'd rather have nothing than a fantasy. That's just me.
Yeah.
That's because you're awake, I see. A lot of people are still asleep.
It's a shame, bro.
Yeah. I asked a simple question last night. Do you know the way they're supposed to scrap the ISS, sorry, in 2026, is it? Or 2024?
A little later than that, I think. But yeah.
Is it?
I think in 8 years or something. Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to crash it into the Pacific Ocean. Okay? I asked the question, why don't you just launch a booster onto they fix a booster onto the ISS and just send it out into space instead of taking the risk of crashing it into the atmosphere. I'm talking about in their ball terms. And you're taking a risk by crashing it into the atmosphere, and maybe it could fall on a city, And all I got was, oh no, NASA, they know what they're doing, we know what they're doing, But why take the risk? Why don't you just put a booster onto the ISS and fly there into space? Space is supposed to be big enough, isn't it?
They had to do that a bit ago. They took a load of fuel in, right? They it was sinking, apparently. It was losing speed. So they had to go and take a load of fuel or something to it in order to speed it up. Do you know how they speed it up?
How did it? Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know mathematically how you'd speed it up?
No.
You just lift it up a bit. Make it move further away.
Yeah.
That's
like the spokes of a wheel of a bike.
Yeah. Faster around the outside, so you just lift it up a bit.
Yeah, and then fly it out into space. Why crash it into Earth? Taking the risk. Maybe flying into Manhattan in New York or where SE lives, Like killing people. Just shoot it off into space. We don't need it anymore. Shoot it off into space. Stick a booster onto it. Get it out of its so-called orbit.
No,
because they want that for the propaganda.
If they get tools that are good enough to be able to see it, you'll find out that people can't see it. So therefore it can't be there. I mean, somebody was telling us the other day.
No, they want to show people it burning up in the atmosphere.
No.
Some C-3 cargo plane is going to drop a couple of pallets on fire, really high up in the sky, and they're going to drop pallets for, dosed in petrol, and they're going to drop, let's say, pallets off, and that'll be the ISS burning up. That's what they do.
You won't even see it.
Yeah, because it's going to come down in the Pacific Ocean beside Easter Island.
Yeah, keep it safe. You don't want people getting hit by it. You've got to keep it out of the way.
Can you imagine if you hit an extraterrestrial by accident? The
situation
it would cause?
Yeah, do you imagine they fucked up and they hit let's say Paris or New York or London?
They wouldn't. Come on.
Yeah, but why? Yeah, that was my question.
Come on.
Why would they take the risk? Why don't they just shoot it out into space?
I don't know.
Like space is big enough; it's infinitive, isn't it? You know, shoot it off out to Mars. You might need it one day.
You get to sell some of it.
Yeah, or even put it. Send it out to space, put it in orbit around Mars, fill it up with Snickers and Mars bars and shit like that. Maybe we need them one day,
Have you seen what Huymar's put in the live chat?
Huymar.
It's quite a thing. This is from Elon Musk. He did a presentation yesterday.
Get to orbit.
Getting into orbit, you want to launch eastward so that you have help from Earth's rotation. So the closer you are to the equator, the more of a sort of boost from Earth rotation that you get. So you want to be as south as possible and launch eastward.
Wow.
Wow, so it slings rockets, but it does nothing to hot air balloons or
airplanes or
airplanes.
Yeah.
Imagine that, huh?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, isn't it?
It's great.
Man, there's so many holes. A spaghetti holder has less than the model.
Aeroplanes obviously could get a bit of a boost from that. Surely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. London, New York. No, New York, London. 1 hour, probably.
Yeah.
Mm.
Maybe it only works vertically, right? Because obviously that doesn't. No, because they don't go vertical anyway, do they? No, can't because of that.
Well, the model conflicted would tell you otherwise, wouldn't they?
Yes. Genesis, welcome. It's Friday night.
Hi, Genesis.
Hi there. I heard you say it was a free for all Friday, so why don't I join?
I said that for you. Emma told me to say that you should.
Okay.
Yeah.
Genesis.
I mostly came here from Emma. That's true.
Genesis, have you got your Guinness ready?
No, I have no Guinness tonight.
Ah, shit.
Unfortunately.
I'm Irish, the best beer in the world.
Yeah.
Ah.
And Guinness is Irish, yes.
Yeah, of course it is. You didn't know that.
Probably the best beer in the world, yes.
It probably is.
Yeah.
They say that about Carlsberg, but we don't care.
No, that is Danish.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, but Danish, yeah. They say Carlsberg's probably the best in the world. The Danish, but I think it's Guinness. But anyway, Genesis, what has you in here tonight?
I was in the adult channel.
Yeah, what's
And
going on in there?
I have to go here, but now I have forgot what I was supposed to say.
Which adult channel, Genesis?
I just listened to your smart people here.
Which channel were you in, Genesis?
I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I've been nowhere.
So did you learn anything since last week?
No, not much. I just had the thought that this ideas that you have, maybe you should write an article to send into maybe Scientific American or something.
About the horizontal paradox. About the
you have to prove that the Earth is not a sphere. Huh?
No, it's not. It's just a paradox.
It's a paradox that the Earth is a sphere, so, yeah.
No, the horizontals being parallel.
Yeah.
Is the paradox. But only a paradox if you have the model.
That the Earth is a sphere, yes?
Yeah.
So if you send that into Scientific American and see what they say.
I'm pretty sure that they already know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if you're right, I mean that's a guarantee for a Nobel Prize.
They already know about it, though.
They do.
Yeah. Do you know?
They are into the conspiration. Everyone, or?
Don't they know about the paradox? Is what I'm saying.
Genesis, they're hiding it. They're hiding the truth.
No,
Yeah,
they're not
even
hiding
the
it. It's
Scientific
there.
American.
No, it's there. They know about it.
Okay.
Yeah. I say, like, that's why you're gonna have to just accept it.
Okay.
There's no way around it. You can't disprove that horizontals aren't parallel.
You mean all the space agencies and all the scientists of the world is into this scam?
I don't know.
Or
What scam?
that the Earth is round.
I don't know. The horizontals are parallel. I don't think they're bothered about it at all, are they?
But Bev, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
Don't.
I know you think it's not round and it's not flat.
Genesis.
Yeah, I don't think about it.
You don't care.
No.
We know the Earth is level, like water is level. It can't be on a spinning ball.
What does the spinning has to do with it?
The Coriolis effect.
Yeah, that's something else. Now we're just talking about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, but if
it has to do
Yeah, don't give him more of his model than he needs.
Yeah.
Overload.
No, okay.
All we know is water is level. There you go.
My simple view of the whole problem is that if you have 2 points on the Earth, A and B, and you take the horizontal on each point, if the Earth is a sphere, these two horizontals is not parallel.
If, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If the Earth is flat, these two horizontals are parallel.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you're saying if the horizontals are parallel, then that's what you're calling flat Earth.
Yes.
Even though there are mountains and valleys,
we
you're
can
calling...
disregard these small mountains and the topology of the Earth.
Okay.
Just keep it to the general shape of the Earth.
Okay, so you would say, if we can formulate some sort of logic, and if we were to say, if horizontals are parallel, then
the Earth is mainly flat. Yes.
Okay. And then do you say that the horizontals are parallel, or are they not parallel? Like, in reality?
I haven't measured it.
Oh.
But I heard people have measured it, and it's not parallel.
They've measured horizontals not being parallel.
Yeah, so I believe that the Earth is not flat.
Oh. So...
But you have even proved it's not flat.
Well, I say I know already that water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal.
Yeah.
And all of those horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, which makes all of the horizontals parallel to each other. I mean, they are, aren't they?
I don't think they are.
Oh.
Yeah. You have to measure it.
Well, I'd say you have to find where a horizontal intersects another horizontal. And then which of the two horizontals would be horizontal, since one of them isn't horizontal. Because they're intersecting. You can't have two lines intersecting and them both being horizontal. Because a horizontal is either it is horizontal or it isn't. And having a tilt to it in any direction would mean it's not horizontal. So there's no way you can have a horizontal intersecting with another horizontal. It's impossible.
Why it's impossible?
Because horizontal cannot be both horizontal and not horizontal at the same time. You can't have a horizontal intersecting another horizontal.
But if you try to think of the Earth as spherical, and we have 2 points on the surface of the sphere, and you create the horizontal planes there, you immediately know they are not parallel.
You know, on a sphere, you can only have 2 horizontal planes.
You can have
one at the top,
infinitely many,
and one at the bottom.
Planes.
No, 2. One at the top, one at the bottom. And the distance between the two would be the diameter. If you were to drop a perpendicular right from the point where it was touching at the top plane all the way down, it would touch to the bottom plane again, and that would be through the diameter of the sphere.
But you construct the horizontal. You construct the horizontal by taking the perpendicular plane to the plumb bob.
Yeah, like I say,
if you were to put a ball, on the spherical Earth, the plumb bob is directed to the center of the sphere.
Well, like I'm just thinking about in reality. Are you all right?
Yeah, okay. I don't care about the reality in that.
Well, that's what we say. We're talking about reality all the time. Yeah.
But then if it's reality, go out and measure it, and you
can.
You will.
All horizontals will be parallel. Yeah, that's where it comes from. The initial logic comes from reality, where we say all horizontals are parallel.
Yeah, you say that. Yes.
Yeah. And because of some imagination that you've got to do with something to do with circles and things, like a model that you've got built up in your mind.
Yeah.
You think
that is so big. So if you write a paper and send it into Scientific American, it will be.
They already know about this.
You will be a Nobel Prize candidate.
Excuse me.
It's so yeah. But as I said, I'm stay back and listen to your smart people about this. I had one thing I wanted to say, that I think you are unfair against Brenda.
Well, every time is unfair.
Yeah, because every time she comes in, both you and the chat starts to get ad hominem to her.
Why?
And I haven't heard Brenda say anything wrong.
Sorry, what do I say that get ad hom?
No, maybe not you, but...
okay, well, you did say both you and the chat.
Yeah.
So were you taking that me back?
No, both online and the chat.
Genesis.
What?
Yeah.
Genesis, were you in here last night when Brenda was here?
Last night I was not here, no.
Okay. Bev was on a topic, okay? Brenda came into Discord and calling Bev a liar and everybody liars, okay? She didn't even know what we were talking about. She just called everybody liars.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah, well, that's what she does. She comes in to disrupt shows. That's what she does. Okay?
Yeah. I don't know about that.
She is a well...
I never heard
well, let me finish. She is a well-known troll. Okay? She does that to many channels.
She does? I've heard her on a lot of channels.
And last night, Bev and the crew asked her questions, real questions about the topic, and she ran away.
Okay.
Now,
I see the page is on me now.
So if you think we are nice to Brenda in here.
I like Brenda.
Yeah, we're really calm in this Discord, where there's no shouting like on the other channels. We listen to Brenda.
You are pretty nice in this.
We let her call us liars for about 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we started asking her questions.
Yeah.
Okay? And she couldn't answer the questions.
But maybe she was right. Maybe you were lying. I only had your word on it.
You only got Brenda's word that we were lying, right? So maybe Brenda was talking about you when was talking about liars, right?
Yeah. So, well, I didn't hear it, so I can't say anything about it. Just
Yeah, so maybe Brenda was just talking shite.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
Is equally possible with Brenda.
Oh.
So you're telling us, Genesis, to be nice with Brenda when she comes in here.
At least in the chat, maybe not online.
Oh,
but
you can't
control
the chat.
That she is not the she. She
don't ever try and control the chat.
Yeah.
Just don't look at the chat is the best way.
No, maybe
that's the best thing to do, really. I never look at the chat whenever I go on McToons or Mr. Sensibles or Fight the Flat Earth or
it's
over Gems or
in
over
the
Blues or over anywhere, really, because they are vile and horrible, disgusting trolls, right? Don't even look at them.
I think
you wouldn't be one of those.
It's rather decent in your chat.
Yeah, I have some of the best people.
Yeah, but it's interesting with this Mike Jones and I really like these guys. Like Hoymar. He's.
You like Hoymar as well, do you?
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. I think he's pretty good. And Sam guy also.
Pretty good at what?
I think he's good also.
Good at what?
Good at what he's saying. He's correct in what he's saying.
Do you like Blue?
I think Blue is a knowable guy, yes.
He's one of your best, isn't he? Isn't he one of the top boys? I would imagine Blue should be quite high on the Globe Council. Perhaps.
Yeah, I don't know.
Head table.
I actually think that the most knowledgeable people are George. I think I like George.
No way. The most.
He is very knowledgeable about math and the physics.
Right.
Genesis. Who else you got on your list then you're going to big up? Have you got the Rumpus on there as well? Who else you got on your list then you're coming to talk about?
Rumpus knows.
The Rumpus. Who else is on the list?
But the problem with Rumpus, he's always calling everybody morons and things like that. So he gets booted all the time.
Oh, but no, he got embarrassed a few times.
He doesn't have the skill to discuss.
Genesis, I know who you like.
You know?
Yeah, I know you like Emma.
Emma, I love Emma.
Okay.
That is so sexy. You're maybe not allowed to say that, but
yeah. But do you listen to the fight? Bev, you have that video of Emma, don't you? The thing you showed the other night. Can you play it?
Just her looks that you like, Genesis.
Sorry, one more time.
It's just Emma's looks that you like?
I don't know how she looks. I only liked her voice.
Yeah, but do you understand?
Oh,
do you
that's
understand? Do you understand the P's and the Q's of Emma? Maybe Bev will play it.
That she
Have you
P's
heard
and
it?
Q's.
Have
Yeah.
you heard Emma's special? You might be able to take it away. It's only 1 minute, but it is Emma.
Can you play it, Bev?
Okay, play it.
I've just put it in the live chat.
Okay.
I will play it.
Okay. Listen
Modus
to this,
tollens
Genesis.
is a logical statement set up in
I'm
such
listening.
a way that the truth of one statement implies the truth of the second. When the second statement, the consequent, is shown to not be true, then the
This is
first
your friend
statement,
Emma now.
the antecedent,
I hear
must
nothing.
also be
Oh,
untrue.
it'll come true in
You
a
have to
minute.
play it.
T-shirt logic is a way for these
Oh, yeah.
simple logical principles to be broken down for ease of understanding. One such example is the modus tollens, which has been developed by the logically minded individuals at the next level Discord server. If the Earth is a spherical object,
I
P,
still don't
then the
hear
surface
anything.
of liquid water at rest
Do we have to
must
play?
curve,
Click
Q.
on the play button or?
A water
Yeah.
level
Genesis, do you see?
which
Yeah.
establishes
Yeah,
a horizontal
that's right.
Live
plane
chat.
of reference,
Play.
consequently not Q. It is not Q, therefore it cannot be P. Ergo, the Earth cannot be a spherical object.
shown to not be true, then the first statement, the antecedent, must also be untrue.
Look at that.
T-shirt logic is a way for these simple logical principles to be broken down for ease of understanding. One such example is the modus tollens, which has been developed by the logically minded individuals at the next level Discord server. If the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve, Q. A water level is a tool which establishes a horizontal plane of reference, consequently not Q. It is not Q, therefore it cannot be P. Ergo, the Earth cannot be a spherical object.
Ergo, we got Emma to say ergo.
Yeah, now I heard it all. What the modus tollens argument is.
Yeah. We did that all just to get Emma to say ergo.
She's really have a nice voice.
So, Genesis, what do you think of that?
You can download that. Take it with you,
It's
Genesis.
a very good logical argument. But then Bev's argument about the P and Q is totally bullock.
Bullock?
Yeah.
What, the
Yeah.
modus tollens? That's not mine. I didn't make modus tollens up.
Okay,
P and Q. Yeah.
Okay, if P is that the Earth is a sphere, and Q is then the surface must be curved.
Yep.
The surface is not curved.
Yep.
Therefore not P.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the step that the surface is not curved, you haven't shown.
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal.
Yeah,
plane of
you have
reference.
used the water level.
And the horizon also.
But the water
horizontal.
level cannot, a simple water level cannot show that the Earth is not curved.
The horizon being parallel with with all horizontals, right? That means that the horizon is horizontal too. It's a horizontal plane. So that would say that that's also horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to each other, which would make all the surfaces of all of the water parallel to all of the surfaces of all of the water. Ergo.
There you go. What do you think about that, Genesis?
I think I lost it somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, well, watch it back again.
I mean, if you have a water level with three taps, what's that called?
Levels.
Yeah, a water level with three.
Yeah, three risers.
Yeah,
three communicating vessels, right?
Yeah. If you just set that up, and then you check if the level through all these three is a straight line, then the Earth is flat.
No.
Otherwise, not.
No.
It's very easy.
No, it doesn't make the Earth flat.
Of course it does.
Doesn't.
If you have 3 water levels and they are on a straight line,
No, it just says not
the Earth
P.
must be flat.
Not P. Yeah, unless you've set yourself up a false dichotomy, it just proves not P.
Level.
Yeah, it must be flat.
Well, if you say so.
What other force could it be concave?
If you say so, I mean, it's very convincing. I don't know when Emma says it as well. But I mean, she just says not P. She doesn't. But if you want to put your tick on the
not P is that the Earth is not curving.
A sphere, yeah.
Yeah.
A spherical object, yeah.
Yeah, you have to prove that.
We just did with that logic.
You did?
Yeah, a water level, all water levels are tools for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Yep.
Yep.
And?
Not P.
If you do
It's
that...
there's no curve to a horizontal plane, is there?
If you have 2, what do you call this, the ends of the water level?
Communicating vessels, like I said, yeah.
The vessels.
Yeah.
You call them vessels.
The communicating vessels. If you have more than,
if you have
2 ends, it's called a communicating vessel. Yes.
Yeah, if you take 2 communicating
Have
vessels...
you heard of the law of communicating vessels?
Yeah, okay. If you have 2
good.
vessels and you draw a straight line between them, you will get a line that is parallel to the horizontal to the middle.
Yeah, a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the middle of them.
Communicating vessels establish a horizontal plane of reference, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's not parallel to any other horizontal.
Yeah, all of the communicating vessels within the system of that one body of water would establish a horizontal plane of reference. This is where you're going to enter the horizontal paradox, where all horizontals and tools that establish levels establish horizontals, and all horizontals are parallel to each other. Just accept it.
That's a point I disagree on. That all horizontal is parallel. Yeah.
Yep. You can disagree as much as you want.
You have to show that that's the case.
No.
And
I would suggest, seeing as it's you with the claim that horizontals are not, because I mean that's a really strange claim. If horizontals aren't parallel, what are they?
They are not parallel. So what?
So what are you saying? What's the orientation of horizontal then that isn't parallel to horizontal?
Yeah. If you think of the Earth as a sphere and you just draw a circle around, and all the horizontals are tangents to that circle.
No, that's not
and
how
all the way around these tangents are not parallel to each other.
Well, that's where you see you would have a horizontal being parallel with a vertical at that point, then, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, horizontals aren't parallel to vertical, are they? They are perpendicular to vertical.
But it's very easy on a sphere that's the case.
Yeah, but this is where you come up against the law of identity, right? And strangely enough, we're going to have to say it again, the law of non-contradiction. You cannot have a vertical being parallel to a horizontal and also being perpendicular to a horizontal. Can you? Because that would make a vertical perpendicular to a vertical.
Yeah. Just draw a circle and, and take all the tangents to that circle around.
That's
then
not
you
horizontal,
will find
mate.
Several two of the
just a
tangents will
tangent.
be parallel to.
It's not horizontal.
Yeah.
It's not horizontal. That.
And the horizontals will be parallel to two of the tangents.
No, see, this is a severe.
To a straight line. Can't be.
If you take the horizontal that is right up, if you draw a circle and you have the right up plumb bob from the top to the center of the circle, and then you had the two tangents on the east and the west side of the circle. They are parallel to that plumb bob in the middle.
Can you get the plumb bobs on the side to go inwards?
Yeah, they do.
Take a picture.
Take a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take a picture. Show us.
Okay.
Bet you can't.
Isn't it better that you that knows that this is ridiculous write the paper and send it in to the Nobel Committee?
We're just talking about horizontals. I mean, you're the one that's saying, you're the one that's saying vertical can be perpendicular to vertical. I mean, that's a fantastic claim. I would never make such a fantastic claim as that.
If you look at the sphere, you can see that easily, that the vertical on the east and the west side are perpendicular to the north and the south plumb bobs.
Yeah, this is fantastic, but that's not reality. That's just sort of circle geometry, right? You're getting a tangent mixed up with horizontal, which is very bad. If you're that sure about
this, why don't you write the paper?
Write a paper about what?
And prove all the scientists
that horizontals aren't parallel with verticals.
You're just saying they are.
How far do you think that would get?
You can just don't.
It's only in the minds of people in Discord servers, you know this. Nobody else says anything like this.
Mm.
Yeah, this is a particularly with the model afflicted community on Discord.
That is a standard thing from all the flat earthers. They always say this is ridiculous. Here. This is
no.
No,
you're making a claim that vertical and vertical are perpendicular to each other. And also that horizontals are parallel to vertical at some points, which is your claim. You're the one that's telling us that we have to prove that horizontals are parallel to each other. Right, whilst you are making the ridiculous claim that verticals are perpendicular to each other.
But it's obvious if you look at the sphere.
Yeah. So could you safely say then that horizontal is absolutely every direction, and also vertical is also every direction? It doesn't have like a thing, right? It's just wherever you want to imagine you are. The horizontal and vertical are completely relative just to you and your position.
There's a big yes to that question, yes?
That's what you think. You think you are special and you control the vertical and the horizontal.
So it's me that controls this.
Well, you think wherever you are, you carry round your own personal vertical and horizontal.
Yeah.
And that's obviously got to be different than anybody else's vertical and horizontal, right?
But isn't it the Illuminati that controls all these things?
I don't know. You're the one that controls the vertical and the horizontal.
They always talk about the Illuminati. That
we don't know.
in your mind is the only place that you are carrying this vertical and horizontal around with you. I just say vertical is vertical and horizontal is horizontal, right? All horizontals are observably.
That's the law of
parallel.
identical. Vertical is vertical and horizontal is horizontal.
Yep.
The law of identity.
Yep.
Yeah.
It never changes.
I saw that discussion about the law of identity says that horizontal is equal horizontal.
Horizontal Genesis.
Yeah.
So after 12 miles, okay, we find a 90-foot hump, 28.5 meters hump.
Yeah. I'm curious about this hump. Where are the humps of the earth? There are a lot of humps on the earth.
In all directions.
Where are they? Can you describe where all these humps are?
Well, I can't describe it.
If you take it to a basketball, for instance, where are the humps on the basketball? I would love to know where the humps are.
Well, your side found a 90-foot hump, 28.5 meters.
I've got a picture. Genesis, can you see in the live chat there, Genesis?
In all directions, Genesis. A hump.
Can you see in the live chat, Genesis? You seem like a learned man.
Yeah,
I bet you.
Lie.
Yeah.
But the humps is that not the SC Montreal?
Can you see that?
Yeah?
Can you see that picture in the live chat?
Yeah.
Blue Marble Science.
About that Blue Marble Science called that chord line.
Yeah.
Was a tangential.
Tangent plane.
I never understood that. It's a chord. It's not a tangent.
I know, but he's called it a plane. He's even wrote elevation above the tangent plane.
It's a tangent plane, yes. I don't know why.
It's not even a chord plane, is it?
It's wrong.
Yeah.
It's a chord.
But, I mean, that would be classed as a vertical plane, right? You could call that vertical, couldn't you?
I don't know why he's called that a tangent plane. He was just wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, everybody admits that now. Well, we all know that it is. A lot of people will still want to defend blue, but we know that blue's made a mistake.
I haven't seen the video you're talking about.
I know, but if you look at that picture, that green shaded area, you can call a plane, can't you? Sector.
Okay, so that's a hump.
Right. Okay, but that's a vertical plane.
Is it the middle there? Is that the hump?
That's a vertical. Can I get a confirmation that is one of his a chord, and then the other bit would be the circumference of the circle, and then there is a plane formed by that particular sector, right?
I agree.
I don't understood that.
The green shaded bit.
Yeah.
Right, that is a section of a circle that is cut off by the chord line.
Yes.
Okay, now that's a plane. Yeah?
It's a plane.
Yeah, it's a plane. He's called it a tangent plane, but it's not a tangent plane. But it is a plane surface.
No, it's not a tangent plane.
No, I know it's not a tangent plane. I'll say it again. I know it's not a tangent plane. But he's shaded it. It is a plane, right?
He's shaded the green part there. Mm-hmm. Yes, I see that.
And it is a plane, isn't it?
I don't see any plane here. It's two-dimensional. You don't have any...
That's what a plane is. Isn't it? Two-dimensional.
Yeah, but this
Okay.
the graph here is two-dimensional. You cannot see a plane in it, except the whole graph.
The shaded part is called a plane, right? Right, and then in that in that drawing, you would call that a vertical plane.
I need to go and wash my hands.
Okay.
Be right back.
Yeah. Dirty. Why is it always so hard?
It's not hard. Even I understand that. My God.
A vertical plane.
Yeah.
Is all we're trying to understand. We know Blue has messed up. He's wrote tangent plane all over it.
Evolution above the tangent plane.
Yeah, and then a tangent plane and a GPS raw data referenced to the tangent plane. Like we know.
What's on the left hand side? Spot. What's that?
Ellipsoid.
Ellipsoid. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's got a dotted line. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Literally, Blue has labelled a tangent plane there. So I mean, like, what does anything mean anymore? Does it really matter? Blue could put an arrow to something, and like, literally, what would it mean? Could mean anything. Who knows?
So this is Rakia's bridge, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
With the 20-foot hump in the middle after 12 miles.
He says elevation above the tangent plane, right? So whether we have that as a chord or whatever we want to try and get, but I'm just trying to suss out that it is in fact a vertical plane, and therefore that elevation above is a height, obviously, on the vertical plane.
So just for the public, this bridge is what, 24 miles long or 24?
23.7 miles.
Miles long, big bridge. So in the middle, right, after 12 miles, they say we got a 90-foot hump.
Yeah,
8.5 meters.
Yeah.
That's 11 stories of a normal tower block. 11 stories.
About 8. About
8
stories.
Is it? 8 stories. Is that right?
Roughly there, yeah.
8 stories. But that's massive. We don't see that because we can see further than 12 miles when we take out our P1 and 900s, P1000s. So how could we see over? I don't know. Don't make sense to me.
I have a question to the Celtic Tiger.
Yeah, go ahead.
You must know about Henke Larsson.
Hanky Lotion.
Yeah, a Swedish football player. Played in Celtic.
Oh, Hanky Lotion, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of
Swedish.
Course, you know.
Yeah, Celtic. Yeah, he played for Celtic. Yeah, good player he was.
Yeah, very good player. Huh?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, that was just a diversion. Back to the topic.
Okay, so can you see that where he's put the elevation above the tangent plane? That plane.
I just think this is silly because it's called a tangent plane. That must be wrong.
It definitely, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Blue's absolutely messed up with the tangent plane on that drawing, but
probably Blue has to answer that.
Yeah. But it's vertical, isn't it?
What?
It's a vertical plane.
I don't see any plane here.
The green shaded bit.
The green shaded bit is called. It's not a segment, circle segment. It's just. I don't know what that's called.
You don't know what that's called.
It probably has some name in.
Yeah, let's just call it the plane at the minute.
It's not the plane.
Well, Blue's labelled it a tangent plane, but let's forget he said tangent.
Yeah, forget
it.
That.
Says elevation above the plane.
Could you please lose this one? I have no You can discuss it. I have no idea what it is.
It's vertical, right? It's just a vertical plane. I know. Blue doesn't really make much sense out of it, does he? He should learn to label his drawings a bit better.
Maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
Can you see Can you see the red lines on it?
I don't want to discuss this one.
Because those red lines are. I think they're verticals. You know. I think these 3 lines here. I think they're verticals. But they don't all look the same, do they?
That's simple, Genesis.
I said when I came in here that I would just want to enter to listen to the smart people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're just
I'm
involved.
This stupid shit.
200% on everything here.
Yeah.
So Genesis, are you following what we're saying in here?
Yeah, I follow Bev all the time.
Yeah. So what do you think so far?
I think Bev is interesting, but he's totally wrong.
So we're showing you what Blue put up here, okay?
Yeah.
So is it
I haven't
right?
seen the video, so I cannot say anything about it.
Okay.
It could be wrong, it could be right.
It could be wrong, it could be right. Okay.
Yeah, take it up with Blue.
Yeah, well, will you look into it? You're going to look into it, and if you find it wrong, will you tell Blue that he's wrong?
Yeah, maybe. If I look into it, I could tell Blue is wrong. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
He doesn't go around.
I don't think we should discuss it here because I don't know anything about it.
Does Blue have any parties over there now that he's kicked us all out?
I don't know. You're talking about this adult channel. I have no idea what that adult channel is.
And the Adult Globe Earth Discord channel?
No, I've been into Bob the Science Guy. He has a channel.
Yeah, that's one
but
of them.
I don't know if Blue has one.
Blue definitely. Yeah, Blue's got one.
Yeah.
But you've been over here, you can't, and I'm not too sure he'll allow you in.
Yeah, I actually searched for it, but the last time you said it was called BMS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
searched for that one. I can't find it, so I have no idea.
I got into Blue's Discord channel. I was in there for about 2 hours, just asking questions and having, discussions.
Yeah.
And then I got banned.
And what's the name of the Discord channel?
Blue Marble Science Discord channel.
It was just not BMS then?
BMS, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, BMS, yeah.
BMS, yeah.
I searched for that and tried that one. I can't see it. So
well, you're probably banned, Genesis, as well.
No, I'm probably not.
Mm.
So, but I need a way into that, or maybe not.
George doesn't like anybody talking to us over here, right? He might be banned for talking to us.
Yeah, and you know what, Genesis? They're probably recording this now, so they make videos out of our chats.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen any of these.
Blue's doing one about the FE pilot chat, I think, that we did earlier.
Okay, I saw that about the FE pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not a pilot.
Or was he just kidding, or?
I think so. I think he's a flat earther trying to take the piss out of you guys.
Okay.
I was thinking the same thing, Bev. Yeah.
Well, he does say that the sun is below 30,000 feet.
Mm. And then he called a friend, with a stick, a stick method. And then he called a friend, he'd go further on. Yeah. Crazy. I think he's a flat earther, Genesis. Yeah. He's trolling you guys.
A lot of people do.
But he insisted several times during the discussion that he really was a pilot. So, or was it lying all the time?
Well, I don't know. I don't know really, because I only like honest people, and there's a lot of honest people around here. And I believe what people say, but I do know There's a
But
lot,
you don't believe what I say.
lot of liars.
You don't believe what I say, Bev.
You're okay. What have you said? I don't think you've
that
lied, have you? You've told us you don't know anything about stuff. You don't want to talk about anything.
Here.
Genesis, you're okay. You're just following the narrative. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And this silly stuff that you have to know everything. I think I don't know much. I believe the most of what I think.
Yeah, but Genesis, you have to look into the logic. Let your model go.
You cannot prove anything with logic.
You need to have a
you
lot of faith
prove
for the
anything
model.
in the real world with logic.
Belief.
Because logic has no connection to the real world.
Of course it does.
No.
Yeah,
Of course
logic is reality.
No, it's not reality. That's totally wrong, Bev.
You said you have a lot of beliefs.
Yep.
Any proofs?
There is no proofs in the reality.
Yeah, there is. There's loads of proofs in reality.
You cannot prove anything.
Of course you can.
You can only prove things in mathematics. In the real world, you can only have a high level of confidence that
logic,
true.
Geometry, and reality are all really closely linked.
No, it's not linked.
Yeah, that may be a difference between us.
Is the world of it's a virtual world.
So Genesis
has nothing to do with the reality. Then you can apply it to the reality, and it works.
Genesis.
And no one knows why it works. It just works very fine. The mathematics can describe the reality, but no one knows why.
So you're saying, Genesis, what I see, okay, is not real. I have to take out my calculator to confirm it. That's what you're saying.
I say that mathematics cannot prove anything in reality.
No, you said mathematics proves everything.
I've got a quote
in
there.
mathematics, yeah.
Have you
But
seen
then
that quote?
you transfer it and apply it to reality. It doesn't prove anything.
Have you seen that quote? I mean, I can't prove that he did actually say it because it wasn't recorded. But it does say the laws of nature are but the mathematical thoughts of God. Wow, that's Euclid, the father of geometry. So it seems like he thinks that geometry, logic, and reality have a real close link, right?
Oh, Bev, so you're religious also.
Would you class Euclid as being religious?
I don't know. Everyone in that time was religious.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you were your penalty was death if you didn't believe in God.
Yeah, but the laws of nature are but the mathematical thoughts of God. So nature is the mathematical representation. At least that's what Euclid thought. Well, maths is geometry, and geometry is born from logic.
Yeah, everyone
logic from reality, nature in reality. It's very closely
everyone
linked.
at that time had to say that. Everyone had to believe in God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that was until the very late.
Okay, so what would you represent the laws of nature with, if not but maths? I mean, just the link to God, but I mean, forget about the God bit. The maths and the laws of nature are linked together, right? Obviously.
Yeah, that's an interesting problem.
So that would be a proof then, wouldn't it?
They say that mathematics describe the reality very good.
Yeah,
but
we need proofs in maths.
No one knows why. It just.
But Genesis, did you ever ask the question, why?
No, I don't.
Did you ever ask yourself the question why?
No, I don't haven't asked myself that question.
Well, you should.
Yeah.
That's what we're all about in here.
Yeah, you mean if I do, I will be religious immediately?
No. Just ask yourself the question.
Yeah. But
You
if
should.
you ask the question why, you have to affirm that there was a creator that created it all.
You don't have to
That's
do that.
why.
You don't have
if,
to do
if
it.
there was no creator,
all right.
if there was
It's
no
all right.
meaning,
Don't stress yourself
creating the
out. You
world,
don't have to.
you cannot ask why.
Don't ask. You don't have to. No.
Just talk to yourself. Open your mind, a bit of critical thinking. That's what we're doing in here.
Yeah.
Okay? We're not messing with ballers or flat earthers,
Okay.
We're just critical thinking. We're trying to understand what's going on. Okay? It's simple.
Yeah, but if you ask why, you insinuate that there has been some creator that made some meaning for the life.
No, not everybody believes in the creator. We just in here. We believe in reality.
That doesn't have to be in. If there is no creator, there is no why. It just happened.
It just happened, yeah, like the Big Bang.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter, Genesis. You have to look into these things,
But if you ask why, you have to assume that there is some person or God or something.
Yeah, that was a trigger. Next time, I think he'll learn that never ask why, because they get to ramble on about
I have to learn that
why.
bit,
Yeah.
You should rather ask how.
Super trigger. You
How
don't ask
are
how
you
either. You just
created, yeah?
what is. You can't know the hows and the whys, can you?
No, that's correct. You're right, babe.
Especially if things about things like that. Nature. How nature? Why nature?
Yeah. Okay, my bad. Anyway, Genesis. What you think? Did you learn anything tonight?
I love Celtic because my favorite football player is Henke Larsson.
Here we go again. Where's Emma? Is she not here tonight?
Back to Celtic, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
cool.
Still the best.
Yeah.
Or?
No, Celtic. No, they're no good anymore.
Oh, they're no good.
What country are you in Genesis?
You can guess on my accent,
It's
or?
gotta be Sweden. He
Sweden.
Lives around the corner from Johnny.
Yeah, Sweden. That's right. Yeah.
I actually live in the same city as Johnny.
Yeah, Prince of Iceland.
Yeah.
Johnny is a total lunatic, by the way. So you know. Yeah.
I lived in Denmark for 2 years.
Yeah, it's a nice country.
Söderborg.
Yeah.
There you go. So anything, Genesis.
My daughter studied in Aberdeen.
Yeah.
At the university there. So I was there.
Really nice. Oh, very nice.
Yeah. And I was visiting her there, and we rented a car and drove through Scotland and saw the Loch Ness.
That's on my bucket list.
Yeah, it was nice, and it was on the whiskey distilleries.
Oh, that's funny.
The whiskeys, and it was fantastic. I love Scotland.
That's funny. I was just talking to my wife there this evening. We have to go to Scotland. That's on my bucket list. I want to drive around Scotland. Just rent a car and drive. Loch Ness.
So you are not from Scotland?
No, I'm Irish. I'm from Dublin.
Okay, what's your name? Celtic Tiger then?
I'm a Celt as well from Dublin.
Okay.
Irish or Celts, yeah.
I assume you was from Scotland.
I know, I'm from Ireland.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're kidding me, right? You thought he had a Scottish accent?
And
no, name Celtic.
Come on, Genesis. Come on.
Yeah.
Ah.
And here we have
So Genesis,
now we can get some skateboard.
Oh yeah, the skateboards over Rakia Bridge. We can get skateboards.
Yeah. Now you're talking. Skateboard paradoxes.
He doesn't want to talk about
the 90-foot hump.
Yeah. Good night, Celtic.
No, where are you going?
No, I thought you was going.
I'm not going anywhere yet.
Yeah.
So Genesis, come here to me. Did you learn anything in here tonight apart from me being Irish?
Yeah, that was one thing I learned.
Yeah.
A Scottish Irishman.
I will be learn about the skateboard paradox, maybe.
The skateboard paradox.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's the one that
now
got
I
them.
see in the chat the Elon Musk smoking weed there. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That was on Joe Rogan, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of discussion about Joe Rogan on.
Genesis, what do you think about him sending his car into space to orbit around Mars?
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he do it?
Yeah, of course. And then when they asked him if it was real, he said that it's
too real to be fake, or something like that.
Yeah, it's too real to be fake, or what's something like that.
Yeah, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah. And did you believe him, Genesis?
I believe him, yes.
Yeah. So where is his car now?
I thought it was on its way to Mars.
Yeah, so there's
I don't know
no.
when it should reach Mars.
Did he not put a beeper on his car? Can we not follow that? You know, a GPS on his car.
No, I think it's going to land on Mars. It has a navigation system, and it's going to throw some rockets, and it's going to land.
See, they have to build a skateboard ramp first on Mars before it can land, I think.
I like your accent, Celtic. I hear now that you're Irish, yes.
Oh, it is, yeah.
I love Ireland.
Wait, have you ever been to Ireland?
Yeah, I was in Dublin on a conference for many years ago.
Ah,
then we rented a car. We have to go up to Limerick. You have to be in Limerick.
down to Limerick.
Yeah, but that was a very small town, so it was not so much to see. But I have been in Limerick, so I can brag about that.
Yeah, I bet you had a Guinness or two in there, did you?
I have several. It was on the university in Dublin. It was called the Shelbourne.
The Shelbourne Hotel, yeah.
I was living. Yes, I was staying at the Shelbourne Hotel, and then we was at the university, and that was called University in Dublin.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Someone mentioned Scotland there.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list, Scotland.
Yeah, okay.
Ali,
yeah.
How's it going?
Yeah, fine, mate. The NC500, as they call it now, it's just like a car park. There's that many people in motorhomes doing it.
NC500?
Yeah, it's called the North Coast 500. It's basically 500 miles around the coast of
You just drive around, yeah?
Yeah. There's a map. If you Google it, it's all the iconic sort of sites and stuff like that.
You see the Nessie and all that, do you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Whiskey tasting and shit like that, yeah? That's on my bucket list.
Yeah, it's fair share of distilleries.
Oh.
Where are you from, Ali? Glasgow, is it?
I'm between central Scotland. I'm between Glasgow and Edinburgh.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll get the kind of best both cities.
Well,
I learned from my daughter that you have to pronounce the Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
It's Edinburgh.
Edinburgh.
Yeah, Edinburgh.
Yeah.
And most people say Edinburgh.
Yeah, it's Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yeah.
Pronounced it correctly, yeah.
But anyway, Ellie, if you ever hit your island, I call it an island because you're not connected to England.
Yeah.
I'll swing around and buy you a pint if I'm ever in your area. Huh?
I've been to the Temple Bar area in Dublin a few times.
Oh, the Temple Bar, yeah, that's massive. I never go there. When I go home, I never go there. It's too expensive.
Done a few pub crawls there.
In Dublin, yeah, Dublin's a great city to have a few pints. But
A million pints of Guinness a day in Dublin.
Yeah, a million pints a day. Yeah, it's the town that sells the most beers. In the world. The world, I think. Yeah.
And when you go to the Guinness factory, I mean, you're getting the Guinness right off the production line.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, the factory. You go to the factory. Yeah. You pay. I think you pay about €25 in. You do the visit. You do the visit of the factory, and then you can have a few drinks afterwards.
Yeah, you go to the bar right at the top. It looks like the Guinness Guinness pint at night time. It kind of lights up.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the tour guides on that, we went done the tour, and they said they call this area what was it, the Guinness Triangle, like the Bermuda Triangle. He says there's a few people seen going in here and never coming back out, sort of thing.
The old triangle, they call that, yeah.
Yeah.
The old triangle.
But yeah, it's nice. It's a great place.
Yeah. Ali, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, which is the best whiskey ever?
Very subjective. I must admit, I don't like a lot of the whiskies, but
I can tell you what I think.
Okay.
Lagavulin, 16 years.
Yeah, Lagavulin. No, do you know what I like, Genesis?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
It's Scottish. Okay. My favourite Irish whiskey is what's it called? Tullamore Dew, and my favourite Scottish whiskey is Oban.
Oban is good, yes.
Oban, I love Oban.
I suppose it's like wine. It depends what taste you like, you know.
Yeah, I don't like Torp whiskey. I don't really like the.
My dad liked Cameron Brig, which it's not really popular, but it's.
Yeah.
That's what he liked. He was quite upset if the pubs didn't have it.
So anyway, guys, we're after going completely off the subject. Let's get back to this subject.
This subject is very more interesting.
Yeah. And you're back to Bev.
Yeah, the viewers don't seem to think so. We've just lost 10 viewers, I think.
We can ask Bev what's the best whiskey is.
Yeah, but Bev, this is your Friday night. What's your show called again? Friday Night for All.
Free for all. Yeah,
free for all. So we're allowed to talk about anything we want.
Yeah. Yeah, of course you are.
Yeah. So there, we are talking about whiskey. So sorry.
Well, Loch Ness is what 23, 24 miles long.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. That's on my bucket list.
No waves, or no.
It's level.
No tidal waves, It's on my bucket list to go up and photograph it. The last time I was up there, the weather wasn't very good.
Yeah.
I could concede that all horizontals is level if I get some good whiskey.
Yeah, of course you would, Genesis.
Of course.
Yeah, a few old bands and you'd be a level later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the best selling whiskey in Sweden is the famous Grouse.
Famous Grouse. That's a commercial whiskey.
Oh. Yeah, it's popular.
It's very popular here in Sweden. Yes.
And a nice smooth whiskey. I like Jameson as well. That's nice.
Yeah, is that the Irish one? Yeah.
Yeah, Jameson. Yeah.
But there's an American whiskey also called Jameson, isn't it?
Americans don't make whiskey. They don't know how to make whiskey.
It's the bourbon, yeah?
Yeah, no, the bourbon, They make
Or
bourbons.
Jameson. Or
Yeah. No, the best. A nice white whiskey is Paddy. You ever heard that one?
Patty.
Paddy.
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 Not heard of that.
Paddy
Yeah, I
whiskey.
haven't heard of that.
It's a white whiskey. It's Irish.
Okay, I have to
Yeah.
try that one.
But you see, the Scottish they can make whiskey, and it's after 4 years. There's no whiskey drunk in Ireland after it's fermenting after 8 years. There's no young whiskey Irish. There's no young Irish whiskey. Yeah.
We have to
8 years is the youngest, I think.
Yeah, we have to ask Bev which is the best whiskey.
I don't drink whiskey. I don't drink alcohol. Don't do that.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Bev's in England. He doesn't drink whiskey.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know it is a free for all, but like I say, we've just lost another 5 viewers, so it seems it may not be the sort of stuff that the viewers actually come to watch. I mean, it may be good for you guys, whether you want to go off into your own room and have a little chat. You can definitely do that, but I would suggest that people come here for, I don't know, something a little bit different.
Okay.
I got sidetracked there, Bev. But
go on, Ali. You Ali. You just came in. Come on, launch a topic.
Now, what I was going to say to Bev or ask Bev, I don't know. I mean, it's not really directed at Bev either. It's in general. What is the official globe? Is it hump or drop? Have we managed to sort of drag that out of them yet?
It's horizontal. It's what they whatever they want to imagine it is, other than horizontal, or whatever they want to imagine horizontal is. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, like, obviously we know it's what it is, but I don't know what the official narrative is. I mean, you go to these globe calculators, it's all seems to be hump.
I don't go to the calculators at all. That's why I'm quite proud of that. Never touched the globe calculator at all, ever. I call it fantasy maths.
But you're saying Jesse said it was drop, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jesse says drops down, drops away from horizontal, which they have to.
Well, if you're standing on a ball, it's always dropping away from you, isn't it? Really? You know,
Genesis said you have your own personal vertical and horizontal, which means that the 0 point of X and X, Y, and Z, that's on you all the time. You like a coordinate system literally wouldn't work if it was a personal one.
So we've got the hump as well, haven't we?
But SC Montreal must know where the humps are, because he has his skateboard where he goes down the humps.
Calls it the paradox, right? Because you're always at the top, aren't you?
You would kind of think that the ships and that would use more fuel getting up the hump, and then.
Well, you're always on the top of the hump, so you're always going downhill. That's one of the other paradoxes. It's like it's an infinite drop.
I will get me some more Lagavulin. Be right back.
What do you say?
He's got to go and get some more drink, I think. Yeah, I mean, we've been trying to find out with these paradoxes and all of that. It's all everybody's conception or idea of whatever they think it is. You're never going to get away from it. Everybody's going to have their own ideas of what it is. But the fact that you are going to use a horizontal to establish any of your elevation changes, all horizontals being parallel, I mean, there's no other way of getting around it. You can imagine whatever you want.
Bev, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you know the way there are mathematics for the globe is 8 inches to the mile squared. Okay.
Some say.
Yeah, yeah. Do you know what they say? So, Rakia's bridge, after 12 miles, is that the maths, or did he measure something else? I didn't really work it out.
It's a vertical plane. So according to that picture that Blue drew,
Yeah.
it's a vertical rise of 28.5 meters.
So it's not even let's say the maths 8 inches to the mile squared to the mile squared. It doesn't work out.
Well, you see, this is the paradox that Jesse gave us. Initially, he said, like Ali said, it drops 8 inches to the mile squared. But then we got the bridge that showed it rises.
A hump, okay.
Yeah. So, that's got to be a paradox. You can't have it dropping and then show a hump.
It's dropping and rising at the same time.
Yeah.
That makes perfect sense, Bev.
Yeah, if you got on a globe, right? You have to accept that as a paradox.
And then they call us Egypt.
There's no way of getting around it, right? It needs to drop and it needs to hump. So you've got to accept that it does. Like, you can't just say it doesn't. We choose not to call it a drop and a hump.
So they're saying that bridge is built level according to the shape of the sea or the water. Which if the water's humped, then the bridge is humped. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. While showing only a 5.8 meter thing all the way across.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I never seen the bridge. Is it level? Is it a flat bridge, or is it? Because I have a bridge in my town. It goes over the island. I'm in the Rochelle in France. Over the Isle of Ray, it kind of curves up. The bridge curves up. What is the Rakia bridge? Is it a kind of a straight, kind of a causeway bridge? Is it level, like flat?
Oh yeah, 28 miles. Yeah, it just stays 5 meters. I've got a video.
Yeah, do you know what I'm talking about, Bev? Do you know where bridges kind of curve up and down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Mark.
Oh, there you go.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah.
Oh, SE just posted it in chat there. Yeah. So yeah, it's a kind of a flat bridge, a level bridge. So they're saying that's curving.
Yeah.
Not only curving, they say there's a 90-foot hump.
28-meter hump in the middle.
Yeah, 28.5 meter hump. Yeah.
21 mile distance is up.
Approximately, something like that. 20 something odd
23.7.
Would we expect to see that hump
in all directions?
I don't expect to see it. Your man,
okay, you don't expect to see it yet. You laugh about it not being there.
It's not
That's
there.
Kind of paradox.
Can't be there, Holm.
Don't be silly.
It can't be there. Right. So
That's
if we see a hump from an oblique angle, then you say that's just an optical illusion, right?
It's a
No, we
trick.
don't say nothing. One of your boys says, "Listen up. There's a 90-foot hump in the middle of that bridge."
Yeah, you just
measured.
posted that image. Yeah, it clearly shows. It clearly shows that hump.
Heimar, how can you have a 28.5 meters in the middle of that bridge hump?
What do you mean? How can you have it? It's just built on equal elevation along the surface of the lake.
If
right?
water finds its own level.
Indeed.
What happens to the water?
Sorry, what?
What happens to the water?
The water conforms to the shape of the Earth, or rather, to gravity. It finds.
It conforms to the shape of gravity. What shape's gravity?
Ooh, Hoimar, did
No,
you
no,
look
no, not
into
the
the
shape of gravity.
spiraling galaxies and the dark energy and dark matter like we talked
We're
about
not
last
talking.
time?
We're not talking about that at all.
No, you can just say yes or no. I don't need to go into it more.
Yeah, we're not talking about that like right now.
I think that SC Montreal knows where all the humps are, so he could tell us where they are.
The humps are in your imagination. That's where the humps are.
Or the
You're talking about
mountains.
the humps
You know where the
all the time.
mountains are. Just check for
Where are they?
elevation changes.
If the Earth is a sphere, you should be able to tell where the humps are.
The mountains, where the elevations rise, right? That's where the humps
so the
are.
humps are where the mountains are. Okay, so there's
We're talking about water now.
Everest,
Genesis, we're talking about water.
but not in the point motor train bridge. There's no hump.
The Earth has humps. It has valleys. It has slopes. It has angles. It has all kinds of things. We're talking about water here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we say that the Pontchartrain Bridge follow the geoid point of the Earth because it goes over water. It's totally level of the water, and the bridge follow that. There is no hump.
Yeah,
I know. I agree. It's a weird kind of phrasing if you use the word.
It's a paradox.
And there's no drop either, is there?
You make a paradox out of.
There's no drop either, is there? There's no drop, right? If you're going to go, there's no hump, there's no drop, definitely.
If you stand at a bridgehead, then the other side of the bridge will indeed drop away from you.
Oh, so there is a drop. You go in with the Sean G. No hump, but there is a
Depends on
drop.
where you stand, yeah.
Hoimar.
Nice. No, I like this. This is good. Well done, Hoimar. Thank you.
Sorry, Hoimar, can I just ask you a question? If there was a difference in elevation, yeah, what you know, water flows.
I do. So
it has to find its level.
Where do you get that from? Where do you get that from? That there is a difference in elevation.
In 90-foot hump.
No, that's not
water
how it
will
works.
have to flow. Well,
no, elevation. Elevation measures the height
28
above a vertical datum, right? And if we say the lake is at sea level, then the elevation will be 0, right? All across the lake.
Yeah. So level is curved to you. Level is curving to you.
Yeah, of course, yeah. In that context, the level describes the curve.
No. If you put the level of the water at 0, right, then the level of the water is 0 all the way across, right? Now,
yeah, correct. Elevation.
What shape do you give a 0 elevation change? You, Hoimar.
Depends.
No. What shape do you give a 0 elevation change in reality? Right? In reality, a change in elevation in reality. What do you call that? What shape is it?
I get no shape. I get an elevation profile, Bev. It doesn't tell me anything about the shape at all.
Okay,
It's
Homer.
just an elevation profile.
Homer, do you see that bridge there in chat? Okay, we're talking in layman's terms here. Okay, that bridge is 24 miles long. Okay.
Just a minute, Gadget. Just a minute. Hoimar, a 0 elevation change gives you an elevation profile. What does that 0 change of elevation profile look like?
If I plotted that into a diagram, I would get like a straight line of 0 elevation all along.
A straight line.
Yeah. That's
right. So
what it would
any
look like.
elevation change is marked from that straight line, right?
No, I didn't find a shape. It's only an elevation profile at this point.
Okay, so an elevation profile is a straight line for 0 change on the elevation. It's a straight line.
Yeah,
right?
if there's 0 change, then my elevation profile would just be a straight line. That's what the diagram would look like, yeah.
Okay, like we call it a horizontal line, right?
I'm not talking about a shape in 3D
Yeah, we
space,
are
it's just
talking
an
about
elevation
in
profile.
reality, a 0 elevation change is what shape to you, Hoymar?
In reality, well, it will conform to the so-called sea level. Sea level
straight
is
line.
an equipotential gravitational surface.
A straight line.
So that will be no.
Okay, so not a
In
straight
real
line.
world,
What
that will
shape
be-
then if it's
that will
not
be-
a straight line?
That will form. Sea level will form a sphere.
Okay, so you think a 0 elevation change is a sphere? That's
Well,
your base
kind of, yeah.
starting.
It's a bit more complicated,
Okay.
but it's a bit more complicated. But that's it.
It's a
Boils
bit
down
more
to that, yes.
complicated than a sphere.
Yeah, because the geoid is not a perfect sphere and so on. But we can leave that aside for now. Yeah.
What you've?
I agree with Hoymar.
Just a
It's,
minute.
it's
What
weird,
shape
yes?
is a geoid then?
Well, it's a bit of it's an oblate spheroid. It's a bit depressed, and it also
It's a bit depressed. Oh.
yeah, it has some local irregularities as well. But a surveyor could tell you more about that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it should be a sphere.
What,
but
more than you,
There are
Hoymar?
different gravity on the different places of the Earth. It's not a perfect sphere, but for any
There you go.
discussion, it's a sphere.
Genesis must be a surveyor. You could tell us more, could you? Hoymar said
Am
a
I a
surveyor would be able to
surveyor?
tell us more than
Fantastic.
him
I'm
making a
surveyor
sphere.
now.
Yeah,
Mm.
nice.
So why,
Professor
do you rule out that level? Do you say level always has to be a horizontal plane?
Well, I know how elevation changes are measured. So
Well,
it
I
doesn't
assume
seem
you know
to
the
make
definition.
it like your sphere. I mean, it doesn't. It's not the way it works. I'm afraid.
Well, no, then you got the definition wrong. Because it's just the difference above or below a fixed reference point. Or rather, in serving a reference surface.
Yeah,
So
like a
you
plane,
just
a
presuppose
state
that
plane
that surface
coordinate
is a
system.
horizontal plane.
Like a state plane coordinate system in America. In the UK, we just have a vertical datum, right? Called the national datum, like 1 point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did
And
I
where do you live?
Or was that a load of double speed?
Yeah, where do you live, Hoymar? What's your reference system for your datum plane? Or datum reference?
I would have to look.
Where's that
I don't
come
know.
from? You
Off
don't
the top
even
of my
know.
head, I don't know. No,
You
I
don't even know.
Are you
Wow.
trying to dox
I'm not a
everyone?
surveyor.
I know you're not a surveyor. It's
Well, I can
obviously
see
not a
it.
surveyor. You've been talking for them,
If
haven't
you
you?
can't hear it from my accent, I'm from Germany.
Okay. Okay, so you do have you will have a mean sea level, I take it?
Yeah, we do.
Somewhere you
Yeah,
have
we
a
do.
coast, don't you? You will have taken a mean sea level. For the entire Germany, or do you have a couple of different ones? Does it change?
I'm not
Or do you
actually
just
sure
have one?
if they have different datums, but
Bev, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
If all horizontals are parallel,
They are. Yeah,
doesn't
go on.
that prove that the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. The Earth isn't flat. I don't know how many times people keep thinking that. I don't know. You must be. You must have flat on your mind, right? Genesis. I will say it again.
Yeah.
Right. The Earth is not flat. There
But
are
all
elevation
horizontals are
changes.
Yeah, but all
Right, okay.
horizontals are parallel, but the Earth is not flat.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well
so
done.
Bev kick.
Well done. Thank you very
Hang
much.
on,
We got there.
Hang on.
You
Breakthrough.
use the zero datum to measure the elevation change.
Yeah.
Hey, Buster, how's it going?
Hey, good.
So I got a question, just thinking out loud basically, is if the claim is then that the definition is wrong, like you said, Hoimar, and that must mean then that there are two different kind of definitions in play. So how could we go to reality to like find out what it actually is?
You mean to basically deduct the definition from reality? Well, that's kind of complicated and tedious. I don't think we actually need to do that. Because the problem is that Bev, from the definition I got from Bev, he assumes that sea level is a horizontal...
A mean sea
plane,
level
right?
is a datum. On a vertical datum in the UK especially, yes.
Yeah, you assume that is... that
I don't
describes...
assume, I know it is a mean sea level.
Yeah,
Datum,
yeah. It doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth.
No,
actually.
I've never said anything about the shape of the Earth. I'm not obsessed about the shape of the Earth.
Relation.
You guys are completely off your tits with the shape of the Earth. You can't get enough of it.
Come on, Biff.
You get triggered by horizontals being parallel. You get triggered by reality, so it's terrible.
You are living off this. You're living off this, so don't tell me you
living
are not,
off what?
Obsessed about the shape of the Earth.
Living off what?
Well, of your next level Discord and streaming and selling T-shirts and whatnot.
I wouldn't sell any T-shirts. I've never sold one T-shirt.
Well, DP does.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And this Discord server is not my Discord server. So what do you mean living off it? You guys are absolutely obsessed with it. Yeah, you're right. I love talking to people who are obsessed with shapes.
Homer, do you want a T-shirt? I'll buy you a T-shirt.
What kind of T-shirt?
Next level T-shirt. Do you want one?
No, thanks. I'm good.
Hoimar, do you not believe in capitalism?
Wait, Essie, please. Before we go there, anyway, if Hoimar, if you say it's too complicated, not worth going into reality to verify this, then how can you have a claim about, the so-called shape of the Earth?
I'm not saying it's not worth it, but there is no need for us to do it. We can clarify definitions. If we actually look up what we're talking about, elevation, then our misunderstandings, if there are any, should be cleared up.
Okay, so that's good. So we can go to reality then, elevation, surveying. We can go to some place in reality and actually check, since the trouble is that there are two different definitions, you say, in play here. So if surveying is a place we can go to verify either or maybe even neither, right? Then wouldn't that be worthwhile? So we don't talk in circles forever?
Well, I assume so, yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
well,
good. Okay.
Well, if it gives us a, if our surveying experiment gives us a clear resolution on the issue, and not some, could be this or that, we can't really verify because we can't measure it as precisely as we would need to. Yeah.
Who can't?
So what do you have in
measure
mind?
it precisely? Do you not think you can measure it precisely?
If we're talking about the typical plane surveying distances, it might be hard to actually, if you want to find out, well, is there any curvature, for example, that can be kind of that might not be apparent at all.
Curvature? Is there any curvature to horizontal?
Let me finish. As you may know, plane surveyors actually account for curvature.
No, they do not.
They don't.
They do not. You've heard some lying guy say it on a debate server, right? You might have even heard it here. Do you want me to get you that guy who said that?
Oh, I know who you're talking about, yeah, but it wasn't the only source for that.
What do you mean? Find us another source.
Well,
another surveyor that says it. Go on.
I wanted to hear what
I'll do it.
Sarugaki had on his mind. How we
I'm
can
gonna play
verify
it.
that actually.
Okay, Austin, if you don't mind, I'd like to address where
basically
you talked
that
about plane
elevation
surveying.
means what the
Plane surveying is not
definition
flat.
says.
Plane surveying uses the 8
Yes,
inches times the mile
and
squared
the
formula to correct
tools
their
used
elevations
by the
due to
plane
curvature.
surveyors, when you say they factor in curvature, they're using very specific tools when they do their work, and they definitely do not, as in the tools cannot even factor in curvature. It works
I
on
agree.
planes, horizontal
I agree.
planes
I
and
didn't.
verticals.
I didn't say the tools do, but the results will be subjected to correction for curvature.
Right. There will be put a calculation onto the results
Correct.
afterwards.
So you
but
make
that's
the
not
water
actual
drop
first order
more.
measurement.
Does the water end up dropping more than it does in reality because of your corrections for curvature?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, was it? You can see that water drops. That will be a new one.
Yeah, they're called rivers. It's like water
you mean
flows.
outside of? Outside of
because
water
that's what an
services at rest.
elevation
Okay,
change
okay.
does,
Yeah.
right? An elevation change
water
is
flows.
where it goes down. It drops in elevation, right? So you
flows.
realise that in reality, they measure very exactly any elevation changes, right, from a horizontal plane. So where do they put the adjustments in? When do they put the adjustments in?
Well,
I must add in that Heumer is from Germany, so he's correct because all the big thinkers are from Germany, like Einstein, Heidegger.
Right. So if it drops, right, if the water, right, goes
thanks Genesis
and drops like 1 millimeter from a horizontal plane over, let's say, 100 meters, and then they go another 100 meters and it drops another millimeter, where do they add in the correction? Because that would be like a 2 millimeter drop, wouldn't it, over 200 meters? So where would the adjustment be within the plane surveying, do you imagine, after the fact of the 2 millimeters measured in reality? Where would the adjustment occur? And who would do that?
Well, I mean, depending on where you look it up, some say that in plane surveying, curvature is completely neglected.
Oh,
But,
some say that, do they?
The only...
Like, what do you mean
if
completely?
the area that is
Like
surveyed
none?
is less than 250 square kilometers.
Yeah. Like, so I've got a canal just down the road from me here. It's 27 miles long from lock to lock. Now, that would definitely be within that bit, wouldn't it?
Well, then we would have to take 27 miles
completely neglect
squared. And we would have to square that, right? Because the area that is affected.
No, that's not how our area works.
It's about the extent, like how far away are the most distant points in my my survey,
square.
right?
Yeah.
And then the 27
like
miles
100
would be,
square miles. You definitely easily get that in 27
in
miles.
imperial units again.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll have to convert that.
Well, it doesn't matter. The canal's not that wide. You definitely fit it in. Don't worry about
Well,
that.
but it's long, isn't it?
The canal, 27 miles. Yeah.
That's extremely long, so
okay.
If
But, I mean,
we
let's say
definitely...
let's say half of it fits into this thing, into your calculations, because you want to make it some really weird shape, stand it up on its fucking end or whatever, and have it going vertically. Doesn't really matter. Let's say 10 miles of this canal is within that plane a bit where they completely neglect any curvature, and you're going along and you're measuring, and there's no drop, right? It doesn't drop at all. So you've got a canal that goes 10 miles from A to B, and there's definitely no drop from horizontal because you're not even factoring in any curvature. Now, would you imagine that the plane surveyors at that point go back and add a bit in somewhere?
So wait. So first of all, the longest canal you could survey with plane surveying, according to this 250 square kilometers limit, would be 9.825 miles. So let's say
that's handy.
9.8 miles long.
Yeah,
right?
we can get two of them,
Let's
three
say,
of them.
Let's say 10 miles. Let's say 10 miles.
10
let's be
miles.
generous.
Wow, that's
so
good.
You survey
well
10
done.
miles.
I mean, you've like, because you're only doing a canal at 10 miles and you've got 250 square kilometers.
Yeah,
where does that other bit go?
It's about, the most distant points.
Oh, I get it. It's the disco ball, right? It's a mirror. 10 miles. 250 square.
What do you mean?
Kilometers. A disco ball square.
You can take the square roots of these 250 miles. And you will get the essence
but also,
of the square.
The way I did maths, get me wrong, you could have 1 mile and then 100 miles long, and that would be
It would still be an area,
100 square miles.
But would you not think that over these 100?
I would think the area of the project only covers the area of the project.
Yeah,
I mean, according to you, you're still using an area 10 miles away from where the actual project is. That's
if there's
stupid.
any curvature, then that will totally skew your results, right?
It's a
I'm
canal.
arguing you can't even survey that. What was the longest distance you ever surveyed with optical equipment?
What, at a time?
Yeah, at a time. Like the larger...
It's about 100 meters, right?
For example.
100 meters.
100 meters, okay.
To keep within the millimeter accuracy.
If you would build a canal of 10 miles in length, you would do that like with
you'd
shared line segments, right?
Yeah, differential level.
Point to point, yeah.
I take it you do know about surveying, right?
Well, a bit.
A bit, right. So do you know what differential leveling is?
Yeah, I've seen it mentioned a few times.
Right. So you know what different... Brilliant. So that's establishing a horizontal, right? So you would do that, right? Because forget it, the canal's there, right? It's already there. So you get your surveying tool, right? And you do differential leveling. Start off with the water level on the canal, and you just keep going down the side of the canal and plod and go and go and go and go, right? Now, how far do you reckon you could get before you might have to add a little bit of curvature in? Within your idea of how you think plane surveying works.
Bev, I have a question. Can I ask that?
Wow, are you coming in? Are you saving him, Genesis? It's
the disco ball.
It's like every time we Hoymar gets stumped, you seem to come in and like remember that last time, right?
No.
We were doing the differential leveling, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When we get back to it next time.
Oh, hang on, Genesis. Just hang up. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, I'm hanging on.
Bev is asking Hoymar a question, okay?
Yeah, do you mean... Well, I'm not sure. Actually, from the sources I'm finding right now, plane surveying doesn't factor in any curve. It's just...
so you
it's
could
just
go
generally...
You could go all the way along that water then, right?
That the degree of accuracy is less, and that you should only have an area less than 250 kilometers squared.
Okay, so I could technically go for 27 miles along the side of the canal, doing differential leveling, surveying locally, all the way. I mean, like I could just stop it one day, couldn't I? And then go back.
Well,
would start my new area of local? I mean, I would always be local, wouldn't I? Wherever I was doing it.
You're then you're beyond the bounds of this area that's
All,
out, because
all surveyors would be doing
the
it
only
locally.
The only reason that this upper limit, this area exists, is because of curvature. Because then
really?
the inaccuracies get too great.
Where do you imagine then, if we've gone 27 miles differential leveling, establishing a horizontal, no drop of the water, obviously, because that would be flowing water, and we're talking about a canal. So we could go 27 miles establishing a horizontal and have no drop of the water. When do you imagine you would factor in some curvature? I mean, there is none, and you've not measured any. And the surveying, you've been surveying locally all the way, not getting any curvature.
That's your assumption that there is no curvature. If you're just doing shared line segments, then it's just segments. You won't detect if there is like a slight curve between them.
You would be using a horizontal, though, all the way, every time.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You
so
think if
a
you
load
do
of horizontals all
meters
stacked up together, what sort of shape do you think that would be? A horizontal plane continues with no elevation changes.
No, in this scenario, you're going there and taking 100 meters shared line segments. So you sight along 100 meters, you measure that, and then go from there to the next one and so on.
Differential leveling, yeah.
Yeah.
Mark, did you say that it's, would you say indistinguishable or undetectable?
I would assume so, yeah. If you're doing only shared line segments, plane surveying, then yeah, you wouldn't directly detect it that way.
Undetectable. How would it be detected?
Well, if you would choose a longer distance, a few miles, then you would definitely observe a drop from your horizontal plane, as we always do on Earth. Every point on Earth drops away from a horizontal plane that we established. Everywhere. That's a basic observation.
Drops away.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
So with shorter increments where no curvature is detectable, if you add, say, 10 or however many it takes to get to where it's detectable, how is that zero detectable curvature adding to any detectable curvature over a number of miles?
Yeah, well, did you listen to your own words? Zero detectable.
How many zeros?
That just means you don't detect it. You don't detect it.
So where is it?
It's there. You can put in the numbers.
Measured, right?
Well, no, you can put in the numbers. You can find out how much curvature would I get over this distance, and it's indeed tiny. For example, you can calculate for a sphere of Earth's radius, and then pick a distance on its surface. Sorry, what?
Where are you getting these numbers?
Well, you find them in every science textbook.
Well, where do you get the numbers that are measured to add into your calculation to calculate for something that's not detectable when you're measuring it?
That's putting the cart before the horse. We only need to know the distance.
Exactly.
No, you're doing that. You're doing that. Just because it's not detectable doesn't mean it's not there. You don't see germs, do you? Yes, they're still there. So what are you saying? No, I'm sorry.
Just put in numbers that you Google, and then you can come up with the number that Google gives you. Come on.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not as easy.
Then explain it.
Well, I'll just paste a little example that I did a while back. Someone asked, what would be the curvature of a 50 meters Olympic swimming pool? So I thought I would do the little calculation.
You just put in the numbers? Yeah, you just put in the numbers?
As it turns out, on 50 meters, you would have 0.196 micrometers of curvature. So I don't think there's an instrument. No, I don't think there's an instrument that can measure curvature.
Right, so it's not measured.
Earth's curvature over 50 meters.
So it's not measured. You just put in the number that you
Wrong. Hoimar.
No, but you're saying we
Hoimar,
don't see it, so it's not there.
You are wrong.
Elaborate, please.
There is no curvature. There is no drop. The horizontal does not curve.
There is no drop, like on
from horizontal. Yes.
You never observed drop from a horizontal.
Yes.
Okay.
You're talking about not being able to observe it. You just said it's.
You can observe it, but not with 100 meters shared line segments.
With what then?
Observing it beyond what you're measuring.
Well, you can set up a theodolite,
Come on,
or let's say over a water surface, and observe a drop. It's not a survey measurement.
A drop of the water.
It's not a precision measurement.
A drop.
Observe.
Hoimar.
You will observe all distant points.
You can observe a drop
away from
of the water. Can you?
Yeah, definitely.
Right. You realise a drop of the water from a horizontal is a measured elevation change.
That is wrong. Elevation is not defined as drop from a horizontal. That is wrong, Bev. Look up the definition of elevation.
How do you measure an elevation change, Hoimar?
Hoimar, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, sure.
How come you're talking about drop, okay? You find a drop. How come Jesse found a hump of 90 foot, 28.5 meters, and you're talking about a drop?
He doesn't know how to measure it.
Do you know
Hoimar,
what you're talking about?
Hoimar, don't get distracted. How do you measure a drop in elevation or a change in elevation?
A change in elevation?
Yes.
Well, if there's a change in elevation, you can use differential leveling.
Yes, okay. So you can establish a horizontal plane and measure a drop from that. Now, you've just said you can measure a drop of the water. So you have just said you can measure an elevation change of the water dropping.
I didn't
like
say
Jesse
that.
Kozlowski
I didn't
said.
say that. You're still wrong. Elevation doesn't measure drop from a horizontal plane. You're absolutely mistaken, Bev.
Drop from what then?
From a reference surface.
Which is?
What's the reference surface?
For example, mean sea level. It could be anything for that matter.
A drop from mean sea level.
From mean sea level?
What?
No.
You're gonna measure
Vertical difference. A difference in height from a reference surface.
Yeah, a datum on the vertical. Yeah. From a horizontal.
So where does it say that is a horizontal plane?
You set a tool with a level and you measure a vertical change, i.e. a drop or rise. Now you, Hoimar, have said that you can measure and look and see a drop of the water. That is a measured elevation change.
It's not an elevation change, no. It is
if you're measuring a drop from a tool that is horizontal, yes. That's what you call an elevation change. I know what you imagine.
Sea level. Yeah, okay, so where's the problem then?
You're imagining RBD face. It's not real. There's no surveying like that. It's differential leveling.
You don't need differential leveling
to measure an elevation change. Yes,
to observe
you do.
Drop from horizontal, because we see all distant points dropping from horizontal.
Differential
I don't know how
leveling
you come to deny that, because you just said you don't. You just said you don't observe that a drop from horizontal.
I'm saying you definitely don't observe a drop of water that's static over distance, because that's an elevation change. That will be water flowing.
Yeah, we all know that. Sea level water, that's zero elevation all the way, of course. So what do you make of the fact that still objects on that will drop from your horizontal?
No, that is the horizontal. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you can observe that.
You should get together with some of your guys then, and let's see it happening.
Well, I just posted a link.
The water level drops from horizontal. That's Jesse Kozlowski.
I have a question. Can I?
Yeah. Go on.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Who is the best Swedish football player playing in Celtic?
I haven't got a clue.
Do you know that, Bev?
No.
You can ask Celtic Tiger 1, 2, 3 if he's still around. Now, okay. To the real question. This question is from I lost it again. Okay, I make the question. If you create a channel 7,000 miles long, will it be horizontal?
Sorry, say that again.
If you create a channel 7,000 miles long, will it be horizontal?
I haven't got.
Does that question come from the rumpus?
Yeah, it comes from the rumpus.
Wow, has he sent it to you? Is he?
He told me that he had asked you this question several times, and you never answered it.
Yeah, I answered it by saying where. Where's this?
It's in southern France.
It's in southern France, 7,000 miles. I mean, how big's France? Because I asked him, does it have elevation changes on it?
Genesis, I'm in France. What city? Whereabouts in France?
It's from I have to find something out now. It's from I lost it. From Bordeaux. Is that good?
Bordeaux.
No, let's change it to from Le Havre.
Le Havre on the west coast of France.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now Bev have got some thinking time, so he should deliver some an answer.
No, hang on, I didn't get it. Okay, so what is Le Havre? I just came back to the computer. I wasn't listening.
Yeah, you are creating a canal from Le Havre.
Yeah.
7,000 miles long.
Yeah, it crosses France.
To the east.
To the west of France. To the southwest of France. That's true.
Yeah, from Le Havre to the east. 7,000 miles.
Yeah.
Will that canal be horizontal?
No.
I said, yeah. How many elevation changes have you got?
Yeah, elevations.
But every little bit of it within the lock system going up and down, every bit in between the locks would be horizontal. They'd all be parallel. I say.
I think it's a yes/no question.
Genesis.
Yeah.
I know. Where I live in Rochelle in France, there's a lot of canals. Okay.
Yeah.
And the water is level. Okay. They go for about, let's say, 7 kilometers, 8 miles. Okay. And if the elevation of the land moves up, okay, they have locks. They call them locks, I think.
Okay.
Okay. So we're crossing the water always finds its level, but if the boat was to cross across the country, we need locks. Okay. So we have to bring the boat up to cross again for another 10 or 15 miles. Okay,
Yeah,
you understand that? Okay.
So
and then and maybe if the elevation of the land goes down, we have to bring the boat down again to cross. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like roads, you know when you drive up, when you're driving up a mountain, the road goes up and it goes down. You know, in your car, you know that. You know when you're driving out the mountain, you have to put it in first gear. You know your car's going crazy. You have to put it in first gear. It's the same thing. You have to get the. You know, it's level like a boat going across a canal, up, down, up, down.
Yeah,
Okay?
let us go. The canal, right? You've seen a canal. The elevation changes on the canal will happen only at the locks. Agreed?
Exactly, Bev.
Genesis, are you with us?
So this question turned into this canal has to have a lot of locks.
Well, yeah, okay, but we're just going along with it. The elevation changes
question
only.
from the beginning
Genesis,
was
please.
yes, no
The
question.
elevation changes only happen at locks, and all of the surfaces of the water will be parallel to each other. Would you agree?
Okay, so the more important question to the French guy here is PSG the best French team?
Yeah, no, stop trying to change the subject now. Yes, PSG is the best team. But Genesis,
I asked if the channel of 7,000 miles will be horizontal, and I wait.
It can't be. It can't
Yes. Every one of the bits of water will be level and horizontal and parallel to each other.
Okay. Yeah.
But they will all not be at the same elevation.
Okay.
Because
so
that's
the
not
channel
how
will be horizontal.
canals work.
Yeah, I really give this to Rumpus. He will ponder on this. Yes.
Just tell him that all of the horizontals of all of the bits of water on all of the canals are parallel to each other, even when the people draw them.
Oh yeah, where's that picture, Bev? I'll try and find it and post it in chat.
I've got loads of them. The elevation pictures.
No, spot on bot. You know that picture, spot on bot.
Yeah, put it in Google. Put elevation profile.
Yeah.
Okay, I
look at the elevation profile of anything.
Genesis.
Just try
if I
it.
took my boat from Bordeaux to the Bahamas, how many locks will I come through? Huh?
Bordeaux. What's that?
If I sailed my sailing boat from Bordeaux to the Bahamas, okay, how many locks will I go through?
Locks?
Yeah, locks, like...
What's that?
Like a canal, the locks. Elevation changes. Elevation changes. How many will I go through? From Bordeaux to the Bahamas.
I don't know what lux is. Is that the light?
No, on a canal. You know, on a canal, you have to go through a lock to bring your boat up and down.
From Bordeaux to Bahamas.
Yeah, across the Atlantic Ocean. How many locks will I go through?
0.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's just the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if I go from Bordeaux to, let's say, I cross France on the famous canals, how many locks will I go through?
Probably several, yes.
Several. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what's your point?
Elevation change.
elevation changes. Look at I'm posting loads of them in the live chat.
Yeah.
Have you got
I
any?
see you have elevation change across France, but not across the ocean.
No. Bring it up.
Yeah, because elevation change across the ocean would still be a straight horizontal line in any elevation profile.
Exactly.
Honestly,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what sea level is. That's what
Yeah,
sea
yeah.
level is.
It's a horizontal.
That's not the
Thank
real
you.
world.
Well
Just-
done.
Well done,
well,
Homer.
yeah.
Well
You
done.
don't really, you don't get it, do you?
You're learning tonight, Homer.
Yeah.
Oh, I used the magic word. I said a straight horizontal line. That's what an elevation profile
No,
looks
you
like.
you just said the truth. That's all. Don't worry about
Good
it.
man. Good man. Bravo.
I just say, well done, Hoymar. The
Yeah.
smartest people in the world is German.
Did you see what Bev posted in the live chat there?
Last post? Yeah, that's just an elevation profile. Yeah, that's
Relation
that's cool.
profile of, what is it? Of
Yeah, what is it?
of water. Okay? That's the canals. Okay?
Wait, no, that's not.
Sorry, that's not. It's not.
See, there's the Channel Tunnel. England and France. What a good connection, eh? Well done. Boom. Look at that water. That's got water in it, hasn't it?
Alright, that's flat and straight.
Yeah.
Well, that's it.
Levels,
That's a schematic, isn't it? That's just that's an illustration.
Just an elevation profile.
Yeah, and we see the amazing top-down photos of
Yeah,
where you think of a flat Earth. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
I mean, that's the plan and the.
Oh, speaking of which, Biff,
plan and elevation.
when will I get my live stream role back?
Well, I don't know.
I don't
know. It's not my server, lad.
Hi, man.
My lad's down tomorrow. We'll see. I'll have a
Stop
word with him.
trying to change the subject. We're posting things here in chat. Okay? Can you talk about them, please?
See that one there's got like 37 kilometers distance between
Look at the water bed there. Look,
horizontal distance, vertical distance. It's got all of the stuff on that, like all perpendicular to each other.
Can we stay at one subject for a second?
Look what
elevations.
Look what Captain Caveman posted. Look.
But Hoymar, do you have a YouTube channel? Or?
I don't know. No, I'm just an insignificant. I'm just a random guy.
Yeah, I think you're really good. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, keep on going.
So, little summary: we have gone along and measured 0 elevation change for however long, and Hoymar claims optics. Yet if we do a long distance photography that goes against the so-called, Earth curve maths, then you can claim optics to just dismiss it. So
no, you're setting up a faulty premise.
I'm telling you, optics goes both ways for you guys, and that's not okay. So optics has to be dismissed and cannot be taken into account. We have to go by first-order measurements.
Optics only goes one way. It increases
Only
the
in your
effective
favor,
radius
you
of
mean?
the Earth by refraction. That's how it works. You
yeah,
can
if
read
you
that
can
in
see
any
too far, then it's refraction. But if it's
any
Earth,
physics
then it's
book.
good. That's not okay. We have to go by measurements, Hoymar.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you said we cannot measure any elevation change over distance. It's not detectable.
It would be idiotic. It would be idiotic. It's silly to try and measure Earth's curvature of a sphere of Earth's size with differential leveling over 100 meters, because we have 0.07859 millimeters.
Okay, extend it to 2 miles.
Okay, yeah, then we will get somewhere actually.
As the
more miles we have, the more drop we will have.
Yes, elevation change. So we would measure it over 2 miles. Yes, first order measurements, direct measurements.
I don't think
not optics. Yes.
I don't think anybody can measure with differential leveling over 2 miles. I don't think anybody does that.
Sorry. Wait a minute. You don't think anyone could survey? Are you sure?
Well,
I mean, like, you do realise that there are professionals that do this.
It's performed over
job,
short
right?
distances, right?
Yeah, all surveying is performed locally,
except for
in
geodetic
small
and area surveying. Yes.
How do they work? Tell me. How do geodetic surveyors work? What tools do they use? Yeah. Come on. What tools do they use? Where do they do it?
Well, different tools. I mean, I think they also have their theodolites, but they also have their airplanes and drones, and perform measurements from the air and
measurements from the air.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
You think surveyors measure from the air? Would that be first order?
Omar, you think, you assume. That's what you just said. You think, you assume.
I'd say that all of the surveyors work locally. Whenever they're measuring anything, they measure it locally. All the time. Right? There's no non-local surveyors. They don't exist. So what in your mind is a geodetic surveyor compared to just a surveyor that just surveys locally? You know, these people that actually do the jobs. When you see anybody out there surveying with tools, they are surveying locally.
Yeah.
Right.
Then they're
okay. So you're saying that those people that are surveying locally can't measure a curve.
Well, they can.
They can measure a curve now, right?
Yeah,
okay, then, right.
Kozlowski did.
He measured a curve of the water.
Tons of instances. Yeah.
Well, no. So he measured a curvature of the level.
90 foot.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
He can measure the level curving, whereas plane surveyors, the people that do the stuff locally, they just use a horizontal level, and they need people like Jesse to come to measure the curvature of that horizontal.
He also did local measurements.
Right. So did he do different local measurements than the plane surveyors that can't measure this curvature for some reason? They need a YouTube surveyor.
They don't want to.
Is it okay?
They
don't want to.
It's for smaller projects. It's not the goal to measure Earth's curvature over a few hundred meters.
It's not the goal of plane surveyors to measure the curvature of level. They leave that to people like Jesse Kozlowski, right? Anybody else that you know that measures the curvature of level? Special surveyors.
Geodetic surveyors, yeah.
I'll have to see if we can find any more.
They're called in if the area of your project is larger than 250 square kilometers.
Okay. So then Jesse comes in, and measures how much curvature the level is.
No. The fun thing is that Jesse used standard surveying tools of plane surveyors, theodolites and auto levels and so on.
So he's got some special technique then to be able to measure the curvature of the level.
Same as the main surveyor did.
Right, so Jesse Kozlowski and the main surveyor use normal plane surveying tools to measure the curvature of the level.
Yeah,
they did.
Same tools that you just went through this whole tirade about how they cannot detect curvature. Those very tools you say now detected a 90-foot hump of water.
Just Jesse and the main surveyor.
Wait. We are not talking about 90-foot hump of water here at all. Let's focus on one thing.
Yes, we have been. Come on, Oimar.
Yeah.
What page are you on?
It's okay. I mean, like
it's only a matter of distance.
we've been talking about this for a bit. Yeah, we've been talking about this for a bit, right? There are what I call wizards on YouTube that have led people to believe that Jesse Kozlowski, obviously you think he's a wizard.
They're probably paid by
even
the
you
elites,
have just admitted
Illuminati
you think Jesse Kozlowski can use the same tools as plane surveyors, yet he can measure a curvature of the level that they can't.
He finds a hump.
You're mad.
No. Also, of course.
You are mad. There's only Jesse Kozlowski that does this.
No, but I mean,
he doesn't even do it. You just think he does.
I don't want to be pretentious, but I would claim that if given a theodolite, I could measure a drop from the horizontal.
Yeah,
no way.
Over Bev.
Of the water level. I mean, I could measure a drop from horizontal. I mean, they do that all the time.
Over the water.
But not the water. The water doesn't drop from horizontal at all.
I'm confused. Some of you guys find humps, some of you guys find drops.
Okay, sure. Let's talk about the hump, right? So, Jesse did not measure the hump using theodolites. That was not what he did, and you should know that. You've been dealing with this for like 3 years. I mean, you should know exactly what he did. Yet he still dishonestly bring this into the discussion. That was Sarugaki, by the way. You brought this into the discussion when we were talking about optical instruments.
If I do a measurement, I find a drop. Behind me, or left to right of me, would I find a drop as well?
Depends on where you are. Let's say.
I'm fucking here. I'm standing. I'm doing a measurement. Would I find a drop or a hump behind me or in front of me? I find a drop. According to you, I'd find a drop in front of me.
Well, let's see. Let's say.
Well, no, stop. No. Would I find a hump or a drop?
A drop everywhere.
Everywhere.
Like, that's generally. If you are on a flat surface, then it will drop away from you over distance everywhere, and that's detectable, and it's not just optics.
Okay, so Jesse's 90-foot, 28-meter hump is wrong.
That hump is a mathematical construction, and as I mentioned, you should know exactly what that is. Yeah, it's a you know what a sagitta is. You know what a sagitta is.
A mathematical construction.
So
mathematical.
According to you,
for fuck's sake.
Jesse is talking bullshit. His maths are wrong. He's talking.
Are you mad, Hoimar?
His experiment.
It's talking like I'm talking to fucking preschoolers. You know,
You are
it's
contradicting.
it's not fun.
You can't get mad for us asking you questions when you're contradicting yourself at every turn.
I'm not contradicting myself.
The same tools that cannot measure or detect any curvature was used to detect a 90-foot hump of water, bro. That's a super duper contradiction.
Sarugaki, you're just exposing yourself as an ignorant liar because.
Oh wow!
No theodolite.
Ad hominems.
No theodolite was used
in what you're saying.
to measure that hump. No theodolite was in play there.
No, come on.
No auto level. That's not what it did,
bro. Wow.
They did perform measurements, but only to get a base station for the bridgeheads.
Hi, Mar. We're having a adult conversation here. There's no need for add-ons in here tonight, okay? We never did it, so stay easy, okay?
No, it was the truth. If Sarugaki is lying, I will tell him that he's lying.
No, he's not a liar.
I hope it wasn't intentional, but
well,
I'm assuming that
Hoimar, just a minute. We are just assuming that you are ignorant of this, right? Because we don't want to believe that you are a liar. Because we know how elevation changes are measured. So please don't act as though you are calling people liars. Think about what you are saying first.
It was a lie.
Well, like I say, I don't want to think that you might be lying, because I definitely know that you're wrong, but you consider, right, that you don't even know that you've contradicted yourself. Like, I would say that is very deceitful, but it's as though you don't even know it. So I would just like to say that you are contradicting yourself.
Exactly. Because I want to know how people can find humps, and then you talk about drops. I'm confused.
And then they say it's just a mathematical construct anyway.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Well, it's neither
yeah.
of them.
Can we just
horizontal the entire way? Everybody knows.
Can we clear up the confusion around that hump that you like to bring up in every second discussion?
No, we already cleared it up. You said it was just a mathematical construct. It doesn't exist.
Okay, so could you explain to me what that hump consisted of?
Fantasy, imaginometry, sophistry. You take your pick.
Can you give me a reference for where that is said that hump is just fantasy?
I just gave you use me as the reference. I just told you.
The reference. So, the Sarugaki dude from the Discord. Okay, yeah, that's believable. That's pretty
just
good
as believable as Jesse Kozlowski on YouTube.
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski and Blue. Don't forget about Blue. Blue drew his model as well.
The tangent plane, the vertical tangent plane, underneath the water and the bridge.
Yeah.
So you don't know what the hump is about?
It's a mathematical construct. You've even told us that. We knew that from the start. Jesse Kozlowski drove over the bridge with a thing on it. It said 5.8 meters at every point along it. The whole thing is a mathematical construct created by Jesse Kozlowski and a model dictated to by a model.
Okay, so you know about that one column in the measurement results, the elevation. You know about that, but do you also know about the other columns?
Columns?
Yeah, like in the spreadsheet with measurement results.
With columns.
Yeah, elevation was one. Was one column.
Yeah.
So do you know the other ones?
The other columns.
There? Yeah, what he also measured along with
elevation. We were only really bothered about elevation, right? Because that's all it was concerned about, right?
Not at all, because elevation doesn't clear up the question whether there is a physical curvature. It doesn't.
Yeah, it should do,
that's not what elevation measures. It's just elevation only measures difference.
Okay, so then what we're dealing with then, we're not bothered about the elevation on the bridge at all. We can forget about everything. The only thing we can concern ourselves with is level horizontal.
No. Wrong. What they measure?
What do you say? What do you say level is? What do you say level is? The zero datum. Yeah, what's that?
A level.
I say a horizontal plane. What do you say it is?
A level line is a line in a level surface, so therefore it's a curved line.
Right, okay.
How does that follow logically?
Just define this curve for us. Define curve for us, please, within this specific concept.
Level describes an equipotential surface, which is also called a datum.
Give us a more description. Curvature, how much? Describe the curve for us, please.
Gravity. You're going to say gravity.
Yeah, right to space.
What do you mean? Curvature?
Describe
8 inches per mile squared.
Okay, thank you very much.
Gravity.
Boom. You know that there are loads of people that would shoot you down for saying that. That's not the new number, right? There is a better number than that.
Do
you know it? And
I don't.
You suppose? Can you just work us through the
Enlighten me.
mathematical.
What you? Come on! You just said there's a new number. Now back it up. What is the number? The new one?
I don't know. You mention 8 inches per mile squared, and you will get told that's not the correct number. It's okay though. Don't worry. Go with it.
Okay.
Can
so
you
just make up
explain us
claims
the
and then,
mathematical?
okay.
Work us through it mathematically. 8
What do you want to
inches
hear?
times the distance in miles squared. Right? So you get a mile, you square it, so you've got a square mile, and then 8 inches, right?
No, it's actually 8 inches per mile squared. Yeah.
Okay, so where do we
Okay.
do that? Mathematically, just roll us through it. Tell us where that describes the curve. You've got a distance and a square.
We need a distance, right? We need a distance. So let's say we have
that's
a 10
like a straight
mile,
line.
We have a 10-mile long canal, right?
That's a straight line. Yep.
What is a straight line?
A distance.
No, we only have distance. We have distance on the surface of Earth.
Okay,
right?
so you've got 2 points, A to B, and you've got a straight line, that distance between them.
Wait.
Right?
No,
I love the geometry.
We have
Yep.
a distance on Earth's surface.
Okay, so you've got a distance.
That's just a distance.
Yeah.
Regardless of
We are
whether it's
walking
a
him
straight
through it
line or a
now.
geodetic line doesn't matter.
Okay, it's a straight line. Okay, so we've got a straight line, a distance.
It's not a straight line.
It's not a straight line.
You're just
zero
assuming that,
datum.
It's not a straight line.
You say really?
It's him describing a curve.
The model affliction is strong with you.
Wow, you're the one who assumed a zero straight line datum turns into a sphere, bro, and you're saying it's on
There
us.
is no zero straight
Okay,
line.
let's go with 1 mile then, right? So
1 mile.
the distance is 1 mile.
Yeah, so that's 8 inches times 1 mile squared.
The second mile, what happens?
No,
So
just
that's
no, please.
That's just 8 inches of curvature. So
Right,
drop
okay,
from
so
one
explain
horizontal-
how is that a curve? 8 times 1, right?
Mhm.
So you've
That's
got
just a
8.
rate. That's
Yeah,
like
and
drop from horizontal per mile. Basically.
right, so it's not a curve then, it's like a slope.
Well, if you keep
It's a
if you
rise
keep,
over run sort of
Can I get
calculation.
the word in?
No, Genesis, hang on. Wait.
I wait.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's not really a curve, it's just a slope.
It is a curve.
Oh well, I asked you to describe a curve.
That drop from horizontal, it only makes sense until you have like 90 degrees of a circle, because then it will curve back below your it's only makes sense for
it's only
shorter distances.
Yeah, so it's only 8 inches though. So-
also that figure, these 8 inches, that's basically that is coming from the measurements we have of Earth's radius.
Okay, so it's a drop from horizontal though.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have to measure a drop from horizontal.
Hang on, Bev, just a second.
Yeah.
And Homer, like you're looking, right? You're looking at the right. You're seeing the drop, but the same thing is happening to you behind you. Okay, just remember that. Just remember that. Okay.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, so when we say we use a tool like an auto level to measure a drop or raise from horizontal, and you say what you're looking for is a drop from the horizontal, yet you say that you can't measure it with the tools that you use to measure a drop from horizontal, but Jesse Kozlowski can, and you think you can. You could do it.
I did not say that you can't measure it. I just said it's so minuscule.
It can be measured then.
It's usually not detectable at the distances at which these tools are used.
Okay.
That is all I was saying.
But it can be done.
Did I make that clear now for once?
Is that how Jesse did it? Did he use the tools beyond? Is he have like an extra license?
Yeah, he made measurements over longer distances.
So he used the tools beyond the usual working range in order to measure the curvature or the drop of the water level that isn't a drop.
No, it was still well within the working range.
Okay, so he measured the drop that isn't a drop and went, that must be Earth curve.
Yeah, pretty much. They did lots of different setups and experiments.
Yeah, I don't know what we
to
should
rule
call
out
that.
any possibilities of just optical tricks or whatever you claim it is. No, they ruled that out.
So could we call that the contradictory drop?
Why would you call it that?
Well, because it's a drop that can't be measured as a drop, but obviously must be able to be measured as a drop, otherwise you wouldn't be able to say it's a drop. But you could say, "Ooh, it's water, it can't be dropping," type stuff. I mean, it gets really complicated. It's sort of...
Is it really that complicated, or is it you guys who are making it that complicated?
It's actually very simple.
It's you.
It's horizontal. That's it. That's how simple it actually is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that simple that you guys are obviously massive
you're
brains.
making it difficult for us.
What do you think about the fact that basically the rest of the world since hundreds of years is completely disagreeing with you? What do you think about that?
They're not disagreeing with us. Everybody knows that all horizontals are parallel. And you measure an elevation change with a tool called a level.
You think we live on some sort of horizontal plane on Earth with topography? That is what you think. You can't run away from it.
I don't think. I know that for a fact.
Your axioms.
I know that level is horizontal.
Omar, where you're standing, okay? From your zebra point, okay? You see a drop. Behind you, there must be a drop. Okay?
Yeah.
So the guy behind you, if he's like, say, 5 miles away, he will see a hump.
Wait, no. He will point. He will still
see a drop.
Like point right up in the sky. He will be his down will be pointing towards the center of gravity, just as my vertical, right? So these two verticals just point towards one center of mass. So he will see just the same on every point on the surface. You will have all other points dropping away from it.
So
unless of course there's topography.
Okay. So now we've come full circle from my original question, right? Do you think there is a thing we could do in reality to get around the idea that you have that there is two different definitions of level, at play here? Can we determine either which we are actually using or no?
Well, yeah, we can.
How?
I mean, a simple setup would be to have like one side who claims this is a level surface.
Practically in reality, not
no. Well, practically in reality. The point is, what would convince either side that they are wrong? Which definition is the correct one? That's basically what it boils down to. So
go ahead, show us how we can go and figure this out in reality.
I mean, if you could show me consistently that distant points on Earth over
Omar,
flat
can you
surfaces,
answer the question? Sorry,
can I
finish? Sorry, Gaki asked you a question. Can you answer it? Stop trying to answer a question with a question. Please.
Well, the problem is that you're setting up some faulty premises, and you want me to answer to those.
Don't be doing that, Hoimar. Please don't do that.
Yeah,
it's pretty obvious. Go on,
fuck's sake, man. Yeah, Hoimar, you said earlier two Bevs that his definition or the definition he's using is wrong, implying you're using a different definition. I just simply want you to tell us a method to determine which is the correct definition. How can we go into reality and figure out what we're talking about so we're not talking in circles the entire night? We want to actually progress the conversation.
Yeah, then pick up a theodolite, go out into the real world.
Have you?
Measure distance.
Have you?
Sufficient distance, 10 miles, 20 miles,
Have
30
you
miles.
ever done this, Hoymar? This is getting ridiculous.
Observe if
have
points
you ever
of
done
equal
this?
altitude
Have you ever
equal
done this?
elevation
Have you ever
drop
done
away
this?
from you.
Hoymar?
Why won't you let me finish, Biff?
Because you're talking shit. Have you ever done it?
Oh, okay.
Have you ever done this?
I've seen people do it.
You've seen people go 10 miles with a theodolite?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, nice. Were they establishing horizontals all the way? Did they measure curvature?
One horizontal plane, yes, and then drop from vertical. They did, so that's curvature. If all points drop away from you, then this probably curvature.
Wow. You get free license to just talk shit like that.
I'm afraid that I couldn't really answer Sarugaki's question.
Yeah, I know.
No, because Bev kept interrupting me. Or did you get what I was trying to say, Sarugaki?
No.
Yeah, I think optically over long distances you can claim stuff, but that's not first order measurement, so that's not going to get us anywhere, which was another point I brought up earlier. So can you come up with a method that doesn't rely on long distance observation? 30 miles is pretty long, don't you think?
Let's say 10 miles. That's also.
Let's say 50 meters. Let's say 35 meters.
35.
In sections, in segments along for 2, 3, 4, 10 miles.
Drink of my blood.
Are you serious right now? Like 35
Yeah,
meters?
let's say this takes us 24 hours to do, yeah? It doesn't care how long it takes, but it can be done.
What
yeah?
you should do
10
is
miles.
do slice barcanes, 100 meter water levels, 16 of them, end to end.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't use a water level for that stuff. It doesn't really help any of us for
You
what
could
that.
you could
It's pretty
assume
similar
you
if
could
do,
assume
like,
1 millimeter per 100 meters, couldn't you? Each 100 meters, you could assume.
Assume what?
A drop of 0.1 of a millimeter or whatever. If each
at 10
water
meters.
level,
At 10 meters or 100 meters?
100 meters. Each 100 meters.
100
because
meters.
16 of them together gets you a mile.
Oh, here's the rumpus.
You're talking gibberish, Bev, as usual.
Okay, you need some help, obviously.
Oh, hey, rumpus.
So you've got 16 100 meter water levels.
Yeah, so what?
I'm talking to Hoymar. So
the only thing you care about is the distance at the end, and I've got a plot on. I can show you a plot.
Okay, so the distance at the end,
Rumpus,
1600 meters. That's the only thing you cared about.
Yeah, Rams. I tried your 7,000 miles canal. I didn't
do you want
get
to see a plot, Bev, of this function? 8 inches times miles squared. So
Slice barcanes, 100 each, 16 100 meter water levels is the perfect example.
Function,
I think that's what Sarugaki was looking at. That sort of a thing. Because you could put an auto level in the middle of each of those and have 50 meters each way. I was talking to Hoymar. I don't know why you've come in like this, Rumpus. I thought you'd be humiliated with the tangent for catastrophe that you had last time.
Yeah, you're very ignorant, Rumpus, coming in here and pissing people off. And waking up Genesis as well.
Yeah, I think Hoymar was... Hoymar, are you alright with Rumpus taking over? Did you call him in?
Yeah, we were in the middle of something, Hoymar. We can continue, please.
Yeah, sure. I wanted to ask you, Sarugaki, when do your measurements stop being first order measurements?
For example, if you go like 2 miles into the distance and do a binocular vision test over 2 miles, that would not be first order measurements, for an example.
Okay, why not?
You could do
because
GPS
that's
as well.
That's
GPS,
okay,
that
so
wouldn't
what
really
about
be
optics?
first order either, would it?
What is the problem with optics then?
over distance, you know about refraction. Otherwise, you wouldn't cry optics about all of these long distance photographs. So obviously, we have to throw that out and deal with what we can measure locally, right then and there, where we are.
So what does refraction do? What's so evil about refraction?
Nothing is evil about refraction. It just shows you that optics is not measurements. That's all.
But we are always subject to optics, be it 50 meters or 5,000 meters.
But it's a different kind, isn't it? So that's why we're keeping it short range. Let's see 30 meters. Let's say 30 meters then.
Well, but what kind? I mean, what's the problem
within the working range
with longer distances?
It's that it all gets distorted over distance. You know this. Why are we even arguing that point? We're not
I'm
on
not
that
arguing.
point.
I want you to explain what exactly you mean, that it stops being a first order measurement.
You know exactly. You are. That's what I mean. Get off.
Yeah,
Get back to the
he's stalling.
conversation.
He's showing off.
He's trolling, yeah.
No,
I
Rumpus
didn't.
is in it.
I didn't ad hominem
He's got to
anybody.
impress.
Oh, Mark, can you just go to sleep, please? Let us get on talking to each other, please.
Do you think really, Hoymar, that I can go up to like the top of a mountain and just take a telescope with me, and I can just look, let's say, for 20 miles, and I can make a conclusion based on what I see 20 miles away?
Yeah, you could still see, you could still observe basic things. It wouldn't be as a precise surveying measurement. I would agree to that. But
Okay, perfect. Then we can move on from optics now, yeah?
Over distance.
Move on from optics.
Yeah.
That doesn't
Over
make any
distance.
sense.
We have to be within the working range of the tools we're using.
Get on Slice Barcane's 100 meter water level. I think that's perfect.
I think that's good
bend in
too.
water. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to show you a plot. That's a pretty nice idea, actually.
No, we're not done with you explaining how we can get past the whole problem of the two definitions that's in play, according to you.
He doesn't know.
Well, let's start off with one water level of 100 meters. Right now, starting at one end, is there a drop of the other end? Hoymar?
Sorry, what? You have
water level, 100 meters. Is there a drop of one end? Depending on which end you stood at. Yeah.
Well, I would say the water level keeps its elevation as a level does, right? So the elevation will always be the same.
Right, so in relation to the horizontal, is there a drop?
To which horizontal? Where do you take your horizontal?
You said, right, let's get this straight. Is there a drop away from you where you are?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a drop.
Now,
if
wait a minute. If you're holding one end of a water level, is there a drop of the other end of the water level from the one you are holding?
There is a drop, yes.
Right,
indeed.
okay, well done. So there is a drop of one water level, 100 meters. Now, do you know how much, or should we just make a number up that sounds about right?
I wrote it above, actually. It's
0.78.
0.079. Let's say 0.08 millimeters, right? That's a drop for every 100 meters.
Yeah, 0.78 of a mil. 0.7.
Let's
call it what?
0.08. 0.08.
0.08?
Yeah, that's
wow,
a drop over 100 meters. Yeah, that's like...
Are you sure? Are you sure you've done your maths right?
Yeah, that would be 70 micrometers over 100 meters.
I'm not too sure that's right. Let me just get the... I've got a star codder.
You can use a curve calculator for that, probably.
Yeah, I don't use them. We've got the top guys on it. Are you sure?
I'm looking it up.
Okay. Great.
There you go. Boom. There's the Ruhif numbers confirmed by... and I've got 0.78480 I don't know why they put the 0 on the end there. It seemed to just look good. I can't imagine why anybody would put a 0 on the end of it, but he's got a couple of them that have put 2 zeros on the end. That looks really smart, that.
Bev, what was your distance again?
The Ruhif and... Actually, Ruhif said 1 mil. But Stark Otter and Ruhif and corrected by whatever and all of that sort of stuff says 0.7848. Hoymar said 0.08. So, I mean, I don't know. This is all fantasy maths, but I mean, I wish you could make your mind up.
What was it, after 25 meters or
100 meters?
100 meters.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's 2 Olympic swimming pools. Okay. Olympic swimming pool is 50 meters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's going to be 2.8. No, well, 1 mil you said. So there's going to be 2 mils in 2 Olympic swimming pools. So Olympic swimming pool.
No, it's 0.78 according to the numbers.
It's also it's also quadratic, right? So
are you okay with that though?
It's not linear.
Are you okay with that for 100 meters
numbers,
of water level?
I'm not actually sure if these.
Stark Otter and Ruhif.
Is this still in the server? Because I could actually search how they got that, because either my formula or theirs is wrong. I'm not sure.
Stark
I'm
Otter
guessing
says
that mine.
the numbers check out.
So
Using a
right.
radius of 6,371 kilometers, I get the following values. Now, you know who Stark Otter is, right?
Oh yeah, I found the original message, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh wow,
So,
the original message.
Do they have the formula
have you
somewhere?
got a database?
No, Discord is the database. You can just search for messages, can't you?
Okay, nice. Well, that's what we did. I don't ever do any of that sort of stuff. It was Ruhif that gave us the numbers to start off with. So that's the drop. Can we agree, or can we just say, for make it ease, can we say 1 mil over 100 meters?
Well, that's yeah. Let's say 1 millimeter, but I think it's a bit too much.
It is. It's 0.78. But
well,
you'll see where we're going anyway, right?
Correct.
So we've got 100 meters water level, and what we're going to do is we're going to put 16 of these end to end and line the water level up when they touch. Right? Are you with us?
Yeah.
This is Slice Arcane and his non-leaky 16 100 meter water levels. Now, we've got, according to your numbers and Stark Otter's numbers, each one of these 1600 dropping 1 mil to the horizontal.
Yeah.
Right, this is the difference between linear and quadratic.
Mm-hmm.
Right, linear, in reality, you say 1 mil per 1600 meters. So you add them up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 16 mils over 1 mile. Does that sound good for you?
No,
that's the way I would
quadratic.
do the maths anyway.
If you do it over a mile, well, wait, you have 16 of those?
Slice Arcane has. I mean, he's
because then
he's had the GoFundMe done for ages.
That's 200 millimeters then.
Sorry.
If you have 1600 meters, then that will be 200 millimeters of drop.
Okay, so each of them
according
drops,
to those numbers that you gave us.
We were being generous at the beginning by giving each of them a 1 millimeter drop. So each of them drops 1 millimeter,
right?
but you expect over that total distance to have dropped 200 millimeters. That
because it's not linear, you know. It drops. The drop gets it's a quadratic function.
Oh, I see.
8 inches
I see.
per
So
mile,
like that
per mile
last
squared.
one there, yeah. It looks like it's nearly, like 3? Is it 3 centimeters in that last one, or is that more? 30 centimeters. that last like 100 meters, how much drop is there in between the difference of those two ends?
Yeah, that's almost 2.5 centimeters, right?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But that's still measured
That's
from
25
the same
times
horizontal.
what the first one does, even though they're just 100
Yeah,
meter
it's-
water levels. And you've
Measured-
got one at the beginning dropping 1 mil, and
Correct.
the one at the end dropping 25
Correct.
mil.
That's measured
That's
from
fantastic.
one horizontal. That drop is
Mhm.
measured from one horizontal. Now, yeah, if we do what you propose, if we measure...
If you measure from
that-
the other end,
that
then
drop
the
between
one that drops
those-
1 mil at one end,
No, it
if
will.
you're
If the
going to the
distance-
other end, then it
Yeah.
drops 20 or 2
If the distance
centimeters.
is 100 meters, we will have 1 millimeter of drop, right? If it's 1,600 meters, then will be 200 millimeters of drop.
Yeah, but these is just 16 100 meter water levels.
Yeah, but due to the fact that it's not a linear function, we can't just add them together.
I know, right. Due to the
Okay.
fact that you have a quadratic formula within your model, you can perceive the first water level dropping 1 mil and the last water level dropping 2.5 centimeters. But if you go to the other end of where this 1600 meter water levels are, you can then imagine the one that did drop 2.5 centimeters as only dropping 1 mil, if that. And the one at the other end, where you only had 1 mil to start off with, is now dropping, perceived, 2.5 centimeters again. So all of the drops of the water are all perceived as being whatever they are to wherever you are, right? They're all relative to you, the drops. But the perceived drops of each of those individual water levels are perceived differently depending on where you are. Right?
Yeah, depending on where you are. Yeah, you got that right, actually.
It's the relative drop of the water level. It's a globe model affliction, isn't it? Let's face it.
Yeah, if I'm standing over here, it's only less than a millimeter drop. But if I'm standing all the way over there, then it's a bigger drop. Same distance, same place, but...
Individual water levels as well. They're not even the same water level. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, Slice Barkane's a genius for doing that one, isn't he? Any wonder that he hasn't done it?
Well, I think they did it, actually, didn't they? They had this little setup when they were driving with their little, van, like from one end to the other, and supposedly measured some kind of drop. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with the actual
not
experiment.
Slice Barkane, no. Slice Barkane was the one that did it, and he couldn't get the water to the other end because it was uphill. He thought he didn't have an idea on what he was doing, and he didn't have a clue how to join the tubes together, so it was all leaking. Mm-hmm. So it's like comedy of errors, right? You wouldn't believe how stupid some of the people are that are around here. We were only saying today how literally...
I think I know how stupid people can be.
Yeah, I know. Fucking hell. We've had some right laughs recently with people not knowing what a tangent plane is and 2D, 3D confusion.
Yeah, tangent planes are a good point. That's what Celtic Tiger. That's a concept that would be valuable for him to grasp.
Like Blue. He's been looking at Blue videos, been watching Blue Marble videos. Take a while for him to get.
Sorry, Omar, what point were you talking about?
You were saying that if the surface drops away from you, all around you, then a person behind you would see a hump, right?
No. From your position, okay?
Yeah.
You're saying there's a drop.
Yeah.
Okay.
In all
Well,
directions. Every person sees the same drop in all directions. Yeah. Basically, that's
a drop in all directions. Okay.
Mm.
That's what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, that's what would happen on. I mean, for you, if you imagined.
I never said there'd be a hump behind you.
No, you said that a person behind me would see a hump in front of them, which is not actually correct. That's not what would happen because tangent plane is always pointing upwards due to the fact that our vertical is defined by gravity at that point. So we always point up, right? So yeah.
So just say, right, where you're standing, okay, it's dropping in front of you, it's dropping behind you, okay? So if I'm, let's say, 50 meters behind you, okay? Are you dropping behind me as well? In front of me? I'm looking at you. No, let's say no 50 meters, but just say I'm a mile behind you. I'm looking at you, okay? So you say it's dropping in front of you and it's dropping behind you, okay? So I'm a mile behind you. Are you dropping when I look at you?
Yeah, well, it's hard to see at a mile, but
so and then you turn around. Then you turn around, you look at me. I'm dropping as well.
Yeah, because we basically look in different directions. We are not. Our horizontals are different. That's simply what happens. Yeah.
So everything's dropping.
Yeah.
So there's no hump. 90 foot, 28.5 meters.
You mean at the Causeway Bridge?
Yeah.
Well, the hump was when you connect the bridgeheads and then measure the greatest distance between that connecting line and the bridge, like the center of the bridge. Then you will measure a distance of 28.5 meters.
The hump?
I'm confused.
Which you call the hump, correct?
I'm confused. You just said everything's dropping, then you find a hump.
Yeah, from like another, from another perspective, it's
the double drop hump paradox.
Yeah.
Dromedare hump.
Well,
two humps.
You are creating that paradox.
No, it's not. I don't have that paradox.
I mean, it's not.
I don't have it.
You're acting like this. You're acting like this is in itself a geometric impossibility.
Oh no, it's your claim. We're not
On a
claiming
sphere.
anything. You're saying it. You're saying it. We're not saying it. We're saying it's level. You're
Well, it was
saying
measured.
that.
It was measured
I'm just
not to
trying
be
to
level.
understand you. I don't understand you. Okay, you say there's a drop in front of you. There's a drop behind you. I'm looking at you. So you're dropping as well. And then we find a hump on the Ricciard Bridge of 90 foot, 28.5 meters. I don't understand.
Yeah, those maths don't go together very well at all, but
Sorry, Gaki, it's I'm confused. I don't understand. Sorry, I don't understand this shit.
yeah, in reality it's horizontal, so all of the other things are just sophistry and fancy maths. But you said it could be measured just then, Hoimar, right? Over the 1 mile?
It would be advisable to listen to people who are smarter than you, or us for that matter.
No,
I'm listening to you right now,
understand that
Hoimar.
Don't
complicated
try
stuff,
to be
right?
smart, okay? This chat, this is a layman's chat, okay? We're trying to understand the logic, okay? You're coming in here, spreading out drops, and others say humps. We're trying to understand, okay? And you're just bullshit and talking bullshit.
Well, see, this is not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to understand bullshit. We know for a fact it's horizontal, right?
Yeah.
It's just we're trying to understand why somebody would want to come in with a paradox and try and persuade us that a paradox is much better than horizontal water. It's simple.
than logic, reality. Do you understand that, Heimer?
I do, yeah.
Okay, good.
So can you tell us why you feel you have a need to come and tell us that the water level drops away from the horizontal when we think it's horizontal? Right? Well, we know it's horizontal.
You don't know, actually.
Yeah.
You're mistaken.
Yeah, there's no drop to the water level.
0. You even said it yourself. 0 datum, straight line.
Elevation, yeah. Elevation relative to a reference surface.
The horizontal plane that it's referenced from.
It is the reference surface.
The horizontal is. The water.
No, it's... no, that's wrong.
No, it is. The water
you're saying that
the reference
someday
surface.
people went and said, well, we have a horizontal plane from somewhere. That is now our datum. That's our reference point for all future elevations. Do you think that's
sea level,
how it
they
went
did
down?
that, yeah.
Do you think that's how it went down?
Yeah.
He said, well, it's just a horizontal plane. Easy as that. Just like that.
Do you
they really
have,
think it?
They said the water did it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The water, yeah? Yeah. Huh. You know there's no change in the water level over distance, right?
It's equipotential, like you say, the entire way. It's horizontal.
Correct. No, wait, equipotential does not at all mean
There's no
horizontal.
hump. It can't support itself laterally, can it? Water. You know that.
Do you see? I'm sharing my screen. Do you see that? So that's it, especially for Celtic Tiger. If you could take a look at that.
Now, well, I'm looking at Jimmy Boy's comment in the YouTube chat.
Is this
It's
Jesse's
perspective?
Is this Jesse's
From a third person's point of view, there would be a
program?
hump, but from two individuals, it drops from their perspective. What does that mean? Jimmy Boy.
It means. Do you know what a egocentric coordinate system is? Centered on you, so your
egocentric coordinate system. Oh, I love it. Yes.
Hey Bev, can somebody post the link in the YouTube chat to come in here? Maybe Jimmy Boy could come in and explain. Come on, Jimmy. It's Friday night. Free for all Friday. Come on in, Jimmy Boy.
And the best thing ever is SE's crayon drawing of the double drop hump paradox.
Egocentric coordinate.
And by the way, Bev, I sent you a PM.
Egocentric coordinate system. Yeah, that's not really the coordinate system that is used in reality, though, is it?
It's the way we perceive.
No, exactly.
Yeah, it's the way you perceive
the world around
it.
us.
Yeah, you can take your vertical and your horizontal. You can be a self-centered coordinate system based around you. You can have your own
We
vertical.
always are.
You can take
And our-
it around with your... Yeah, all the
and
surveyors can
Celtic.
survey locally in the local areas like that, can't they? Do surveyors survey egocentrically?
They do actually, for a large part. So, yeah.
Do they use
And,
an egocentric coordinate system? Or do they use a state plane in America and the vertical datum system in the UK? I mean,
Well,
that's definitely not
You mean
egocentric,
it's two
is
different
it?
things. It's
We're
as
doing
humans, we always object to
relativistic
that.
surveying here.
No, that's not. No, of course
Yeah,
they
we're
have
just
their
making it up.
absolute
Egocentric-
datum plane.
Egocentric surveying.
Is not.
Yeah.
I mean, I would assume. I would assume an egocentric coordinate system would be relativism at its finest.
Yeah. Obviously.
Oh, it's just what happens.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we? Like,
It's not rocket science, actually.
No,
it's just that you
absolutely
are
not.
completely ignorant to the fact that a reference frame even exists.
Here we go. Here we go. He's been pushed over the edge.
Wait a minute. Would an egocentric coordinate system be subjective? And would a zero datum point, wouldn't that be objective?
Well, that's subjective, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but what about your egocentric? Wouldn't that be subjective?
Well, it's how you perceive. Yeah, I mean, your local, logical, and whatever. I mean,
Which one do you think would be better?
What do you mean
most
better?
useful.
Yeah. Sorry. Not
Oh.
sorry, really.
I mean, so if you're sitting in a train that's moving at like 50 mph, right? And
Wait,
you
what
don't.
does that have to do with
I was going to say
horizontal and
that would
drop?
be the best place to do some surveying, going 50 miles an hour.
Yeah,
I wasn't talking. Okay. Do you want
Out
me
the
even
window
to?
with an auto level.
Do you even want me to finish my sentence? Also, I'm really starting to get tired here.
Hi, Matt,
I've been
you're-
discussing with you for hours and end now.
No, Jaime, you're on direct here, okay? And you're showing a Google page.
Oh, you did join my stream? Yeah, I want to show you
Okay.
the hump that you always like to talk about.
Yeah.
You start off this entire conversation earlier that there is
Yeah.
no jump. There's only a drop.
How are we doing, guys? I mean, I'm loving this. The
Well,
relativistic
I mean,
surveyor.
It all depends on your perspective, right? If you're
Yeah,
standing at one of the bridgeheads,
absolutely.
Right,
then,
Homer.
you will observe a drop as anybody would.
Hi,
Like,
Matt.
like flying over the lake, you won't even see it, but there will also be a drop to both sides. You know, it's to all sides. It's just how spheres work.
Jaime, is
how
that
spheres
red line?
work.
The red line. Can you make it level? The red line.
Well, I think that's
It's not level.
that's a horizontal line, isn't it? The
No,
bridges.
no,
these
it's
are
a-
data points they actually measure.
Can I just
Look,
build
there's
up?
a V on my screen.
Can I
Doesn't
just
look level
build
to
on
me.
the? I don't want to miss the chance that the relativistic surveyor has obviously got to be one of the bent levels, right? The bent level's best mate, the relativistic surveyor, and I came up with. Obviously, the relativistic surveyor could come up with a result of 8. Be like, what's that? Like, it's the mean.
There's a nice tangent there.
The mean of all of my relativistic measurements. So, thank you very much. Give me my money. That's how relativistic surveying would work, isn't it, Hoymar?
Oh, I didn't want to confuse you by saying egocentric coordinate system.
Egocentric
So
relativistic surveyor.
No, that won't work. That won't work. We need absolute measurements, obviously. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's
Yeah,
good.
you're
Please,
really-
yeah, don't put words into my mouth.
Just because.
No, we're not-
Who came up with
we're not-
the
we're not. Seriously.
egocentric coordinate system then? Who was that? Because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I mean,
No.
that was you that said that,
Yeah,
right?
that doesn't mean that relativistic surveying is a thing, right?
Right, okay. Homer, carry on, but be very careful what you say in the next 30 seconds. Be very careful. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, so to finish this up, right? What I wanted to tell you is that these points you see here, these white points, these are the measured locations when driving over the Causeway Bridge, as you're probably aware, right? That's how they were measured, like, and that's what zero elevation change looks like, excluding these obvious humps that are physically in the bridge. But that's what zero elevation change looks like in the real world. That's what was measured. And when you are talking about a hump, then that is merely the little distance that we see in the center here, if we connect it to bridgeheads.
Yeah, that 28.5 meter hump.
Yeah.
8 stories.
Yeah. I mean, we can scale that up, right, on the what do you call
Turn
it? Z-axis.
Turn it.
let's say Z-axis, right?
That's what you can do.
Yeah, that's the hump. That's a zero elevation bridge.
Yeah. So you're saying it's a hump? I'm sure G will go fucking mental. He was just in here earlier.
Hi, Matt. Just a question. What's the red line there?
Yeah.
What's this? The red line.
That's a tangent to the center of the bridge.
Okay. Is that parallel to the chord?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, that'd be handy.
Can you just go back a sec to the other photo?
You mean that, or?
Yeah.
So
on the left-hand side is on the red line. What's that?
That's still the tangent. The tangent doesn't actually touch.
Is that the vertical
ground
point?
at the bridge heads? It doesn't actually touch the ground because
is the
that's
tangent horizontal?
So it's not horizontal, is it? The tangent.
It will be horizontal if you are at the center of the bridge.
Okay,
that will be your horizontal.
Okay,
and
that's
plane kind
you say
of,
that's
but
parallel to the chord.
You have a problem.
To that, yeah.
Yeah.
To that.
Can you go back to the next picture then?
So you could say that the straight line drawn from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge is actually a horizontal, or at least it's parallel to that other line that you've got on there that you said is horizontal.
You mean that this
the red
light
one,
blue
the red one and the blue one, yeah.
Yeah, the blue one is basically that's below the water.
That's what
right?
you're calling
that's
the chord, but it is from one end of the bridge to the other.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's actually like below the water surface.
That's
because the bridge,
parallel. That's
bridge
parallel
follows
to the other
surface,
red
right?
line.
It is, yeah.
And the red line you're saying is horizontal.
Only in that spot.
Or the entire red line.
Or there.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
So,
horizontal
but those
if
two
they're
lines are parallel. So you could say.
Yeah, they are.
So is the center of that bottom line horizontal too, or is it all horizontal? Like
If
both
you're
of those
there,
lines?
yeah. If you're standing there, then that will be your plumb line, right? Basically.
Yeah.
And that will be your horizontal.
Okay.
Now, if you're standing at a bridgehead, then your horizontal will obviously be a tangent to that blue line.
Once the line's horizontal, it's horizontal, right? It can't change its identity, can it?
You're
From
breaking
being
up, Bev.
horizontal
You're breaking up.
to not horizontal.
Yeah, of course. Your orientation there is different from your orientation over here.
So this is the disco ball. This is how we understand
Wait a
the
minute.
disco
So
ball.
the line's horizontal.
Yeah, of course.
But the orientation isn't horizontal.
That's the direction of gravity. It's not really that complicated.
What's the direction of gravity? What is the horizontal?
It always No. It's the direction of gravity is the vertical. It's
Okay, so
basically
where's
normal. It's a
those
normal to
two
that
lines
surface,
though
basically.
that you've got there, right? The red one and the blue one that you've said both are horizontal.
Yeah, if you're standing there, then they will be perpendicular to your vertical.
Okay, so those two lines that you have on the screen there are both horizontal, right?
In that spot, yeah. Where
No,
I'm
a
pointing
horizontal
my
is a
cursor
straight
at.
line. That's a straight line. Both of those two are straight lines.
Wait. A horizontal on Earth is defined as perpendicular to vertical. And vertical is defined as the direction of gravity.
Is that are those two lines perpendicular to that vertical?
Yeah.
Okay,
in
so
that spot.
those two lines then are both horizontal then, right?
In that specific spot.
No, perpendicular to vertical, you said.
Yeah.
Right, well, then two lines are both perpendicular to it, aren't they?
Oh, here we go. Google Wikipedia.
Yeah, I mean it's a definition, right? Vertical.
So the
point is
entire
vertical
line
because
is
it contains the local
horizontal.
gravity direction. That is a horizontal line. If I'm standing here, my plumb line is that vertical line here.
That entire line, if it's horizontal, it's horizontal. It doesn't.
So you think if
doesn't
I'm
stop
standing
being
here,
horizontal if you
Omar,
move.
Omar, you see where you have your cursor there on the left-hand side?
Mhm.
Okay, go to the left-hand side there. Just left-hand side. On
That
the blue
bridge
line.
end.
Okay, yeah, see that blue line there?
Yeah.
The blue line. No,
Yeah.
the light blue line.
That
On
light
this,
blue, yeah.
where your cursor is here. Okay? Is that blue line horizontal to that red line above you? At that point.
It's parallel to
Parallel.
that
They're
red
parallel
line,
to each other,
but
yes.
at that point,
Parallel.
the blue line will not be horizontal.
It is on this screen. It is on this
Yeah,
screen.
but not at
on
that
my
point,
screen.
because at that
What do you
point
mean
I'm
at that
pointing.
point?
I'm pointing.
That line.
My vertical is pointing in different direction.
What?
Right.
How much? How much? How many,
So
degrees?
how much of that line, that straight line, is
I'm
horizontal?
fucking confused. I'm confused.
You're confused.
Go on,
He's
Homer.
violating the law of non-contradiction. You can have a horizontal line. It's there, but there's only one vertical. And that violates...
But sir, I'm thinking...
You
I'm
can't
thinking
have
I'm-
you can't
Do you
have a
understand, Buster?
perpendicular
I'm
to a
stupid.
line that doesn't exist as a line. Right, Hoymar?
No. What do you mean? Can you repeat that, please?
You say vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Yes.
Right, so the horizontal is perpendicular to the vertical. This is the perpendicular paradox
Yeah,
explained.
yeah, of course.
Okay.
These are basic
now,
definitions.
Okay, so how long is your vertical? How long is it? Line.
Well, infinite.
Okay.
Infinite.
Now, perpendicular to that, how long is the perpendicular to the vertical?
The perpendicular it's also infinite.
Okay, so that entire perpendicular to that vertical is horizontal.
Oh my
An
God.
infinite horizontal to the vertical.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that entire line then, the red one and the blue one being perpendicular to that vertical are both horizontal and all of the way along those lines horizontal.
Yeah. If we are in that coordinate system, as you can see in the lower left, that's like the green is the y-axis that's pointing up and so on. So yeah, that's horizontal in that coordinate system.
What coordinate system? The 3D coordinate
The
system
one
that we're in?
where I'm standing there.
Or are
because
you talking about an
as you know-
egocentric coordinate system that you've just fucking made up?
I'm confused.
I haven't made that up, but let's just say a frame of reference, right?
I
where-
like this. I like this. I
Okay.
know. I can see why you're doing this.
You know
this
what I
is
mean by frame of
relativistic,
reference?
egocentric coordinate system, so you can have your own personal vertical.
So how did the guys building the bridge, how did they adjust their angles to build it?
Buster, I'm confused.
It's as we know, it's at zero elevation. We just built it along the water surface.
So no angle adjustment for your egocentric reference system that they were...
No, there's no egocentric coordinate system when you're building a bridge.
Well, you've got horizontals intersecting each other. That would seem to be a problem if you were building something practically.
Why would you think that?
Because you use horizontal to build things with.
No, it's horizontal in coordinate system 1. Can be any orientation to a horizontal in coordinate system 2.
Wow. They've obviously give you free reign, right? They've gone, you know fuck all about any of this, but I mean, you are a good globe
Why do you say that?
hero.
Why
because
do you say
you're
that?
just talking shite for the globe. It's pretty obvious.
Well, I think you're a bit too simple-minded to actually grasp
Yeah,
that.
well, that's what we do here is just really
we can
simple
call-
stuff. I mean,
we can call different lines.
there's no
different planes
need for
horizontal.
us to have egocentric coordinate systems. We
They can
work
still
on,
intersect.
on the reality system that
Well, how simple-minded is it to ask the question, if you've got horizontals intersecting and somebody built this bridge, how did they adjust them? The angles of the
I'm
horizontals
not.
intersecting.
To be honest with you, I'm not completely familiar with how they built that bridge. All I know is that it's at 0 elevation, so over 40 kilometers. That won't be much of a
He only knows
as
the
long as you
orientation.
stay 0, we're good. Just stay 0 all the way across. You're good. Nothing else needed.
Well, Jesse got a 90-foot, 28.5 meter hump. Elevation change.
Actually, Hoymar, on that picture that you've just drawn them green bits in there, would you say that's an intersecting horizontal? And would you would you be willing to put that forward as a proof for intersecting horizontals inspired by Jesse Kozlowski and Blue Marble Science and Rakir's Bridge?
Is that a proof for anything?
I don't know. Are you trying to say that that's an illustration of horizontals intersecting?
Yeah, it is.
Is this the disco ball? Is it?
What do you mean by
it? Donegon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the I think you're trying to explain the disco ball, are you?
No, this is definite Donegon RBD face.
Donegon, is it? Mm-hmm.
Globe differential surveying with George.
Okay.
RBD
Well, Bev,
face.
I'm very confused tonight. I don't know.
I mean, they measured it. That's what they measured.
Hoymar's trying to take you into Wonderland.
Am I the only one confused tonight, or is there other people?
I'm not confused, but I know what Hoymar's trying to do. He's meant to be confusing you. That's what he is meant to be doing.
Okay.
I mean, you see, they not only measured it, but they also photographed it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And it fits perfectly.
It's only 3.5 years he was
Both
meant
has
to have
curve.
been over there. You
Yeah,
know that
it's
bullshit
you-
that they tried to.
You have
push.
to deny both to exist: the visual curve and the measured curve, using satellite positioning data, accurate data.
Have you?
Right.
How many of Soundly's pictures have you seen for his 3.5 years that he did?
A lot, actually.
Nice.
Mm.
Let's have a look at them. What have you
Let's
got?
see,
The album.
what
You've
think
got all of this stuff there. I know.
Yeah, I do.
That's good.
Wow.
Soundly.
Soundly.
Yes, like he Soundly likes to fly drones, right? So he took drones and just let them rise in altitude
Mm.
and filmed over like a lake or something. And I think that looks clearly like the water is curving and is obstructing half of the city.
Uh-huh. Is that the
Well, what
hump
does-
then? You're right.
Well,
You going with
it's
that?
not. It's
Why isn't that dropping? Is it dropping?
I mean, yeah, the city is dropping away from you. That's why you only see all of it if you rise higher, right? But that's pretty cool. I mean, if you saw that and didn't know anything else, what would you assume is happening?
He's trying.
Is that the hump?
No, he's trying to trick you. Right, that's immediately what I thought.
What would your intuition tell you? What's happening? What's going on there?
He's trying to trick you. And I asked him and I talked to him, and he said, Soundly.
you mean
Well,
Soundly?
Soundly didn't really say much. He had his mind a warder here, helping him answer questions.
Okay. Mm-hmm. There's also from the bridge we just talked about. He did the same thing.
It was Mick West that told us about the perspective compression.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's the same thing at a different location, right, for the Causeway Bridge that we just examined.
This is where we get the 90-foot hump.
Yeah, I mean, you could imagine it, right? Like the line, the light blue line would actually be below the water,
You
right?
can imagine
that
it.
would be Sagitta. Yeah.
So
You
come
can
here.
imagine it.
Hi, Marv. What's happened to the water that, like the sea under the bridge? What's happening? Like water flows. So where's the water going?
It's that water is made of molecules, right? Like tiny particles that are independent of each other, basically. They have forces interacting and so on, but yeah, they're all affected by gravity, right? Gravity pulls it all down. So it will all it will try to move towards the center of mass.
I say, okay, so if I do rivers flow,
Well, that's also due to gravity because it's they have potential. It's called potential energy in English. It just flows downhill basically.
Okay, so
gravity makes a 90-foot hump and also makes water flow downhill.
Yeah, so you have a 90-foot hump down the middle, so the water's not flowing.
It holds water up in the middle of bodies of water. Yeah, holds
okay, I got
In the other instance, it makes it flow. Is that what you're saying, Hoymar?
Yeah, in all directions. Okay.
Well, if it is at rest, right, like a lake or the ocean, usually, it will just conform to a ball shape because that's what gravity does with mass, right?
Nice. Do you know your model has air curving?
Yeah, I mean, if you say curving, I mean, it does the same as water, yeah.
Yeah, the curvature rate of air is altitude dependent.
Curvature rate of air.
Yeah.
Well, you mean as the radius increases?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so,
I guess so.
As a consequence of that, knowing that from your model mathematics, you should also know that the curvature rate of water is also elevation dependent, isn't it?
The curvature rate of water?
Yeah.
Well...
If air does it, then water's got to do it the same. Exactly the same, right?
The rate will actually be same, wouldn't it?
Well, I don't know. If altitude affects the curvature rate of air on your model, then elevation has got to change the curvature rate of the water.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
it's either both or not.
Yeah, I mean, you nearly forgot about your model mathematics there. I mean, thinking that... So you would know the change within the curvature rate of your water, right? From the high to the low, right? When it's strange that you didn't sort of work out how far high that was above the elevation of the water, right? Your mean water level, in order to work out what your curvature rate, or do you assume that Jesse Kozlowski did that? Did you find it anywhere in his data? What the assumed curvature rate of the elevation of the water was? Because it'd have to be exact, right? You'd not like to be missing out on anything like that.
Well, I mean, we know the curvature rate at Earth's radius, right?
Well, I don't know, do you? Oh yeah. Sorry, you had 8 inches, but
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a
you're
standard
above
8
that
inches.
there, aren't you?
I mean, if we're talking about a water surface at like the height of Mount Everest or something, it's probably going to be less than 8 inches per mile squared, yeah, because that's just how spheres work.
You imagine a water at the elevation of Mount Everest, dear.
Well, no, it's just your scenario, right? Water curving at different
I
rates.
thought you were
at
talking
different altitudes.
biblical times or something like that. Noah.
Oh no, I stopped believing
sending
that.
his birds out.
Oh no, yeah, I stopped believing that. It's not scientific.
Okay.
But that's besides the point.
But just as long as you did acknowledge the curvature rate of the water level, like, because it's the curvature rate of level, isn't it, that changes?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that must be tricky for the globe surveyor, knowing that, like the curvature rate of level changes depending on where you are.
I'm sure when you last read any, surveying literature on surveying, but it says in every book how to account for curvature.
Doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter, because all of the tools establish a horizontal, and there's no curvature in a horizontal. So whenever they're surveying locally, they
you can
disregard all of this sort of stuff that you're thinking of now, right?
They disregard
your
the
model,
curvature.
like, nobody cares about it, right? Only only the most seriously model afflicted people that live on Discord
Nobody
that
cares
have
about
no
it.
idea about surveying or anything. Only
mean
they
exact-
care about exactly about these globe numbers.
You're wrong, though. All of the world economy cares about those numbers. All distances between cities, the distances that ships and airplanes and trucks and cars and whatnot
Yeah, the
drive
distances that
every
are
day
already set, right?
all around the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
depend on Earth being a sphere.
No,
because
they
it would be totally different if Earth was a planet.
No, reality just is what reality is. I mean,
Yeah, but those
what you
distances-
imagine it being in your imagination has got no effect.
You cannot map those distances onto a flat.
They're
onto a
already
planet
mapped.
Earth.
They're already mapped, and they are
Onto
horizontal
onto a globe.
distances.
They're not. They are great circle distances.
They're not.
Yeah.
The shortest
if you-
distance between 2 points is a
We're not
straight
talking.
line.
We're talking about shortest distance on Earth, and these are
Between
great
2
circle
points.
distances. As you can see, if
Horizontal
you actually
distances.
track airplane flights,
Horizontal distances, they are.
you can't map real-world distances to a flat
You can.
plane.
That's how you triangulate.
Have you ever done orienteering and the such?
That's different. That's totally different. Triangulating has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, triangulation is how they map the land. So it's got everything to do with it. I mean, I know you're only
it's just-
talking
it's
about
just-
your model, and
Yeah,
you
you
are
just-
really
you
going to
need-
get stuck because
You
you
two
know you're just
distances
making
and an
shit
angle.
up now.
Yeah, you need two distances and an angle. That's
Straight
not what
line
I'm talking about.
distances. Yeah,
That is not what I'm talking about.
Straight line distances. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
I'll show you. Yeah, so here's a little
You
comparison.
show me a straight line or a triangle.
No, trying to map distances off the real world.
I know
to a
how
flat
they
map.
did it. I know how they
shows
did
a
it.
blue line.
It just doesn't it doesn't align.
And you think it's better with the curved lines, yeah? That all change radius. All the curved lines have different radiuses.
They
Radii.
don't actually. They don't.
Now watch carefully now when it actually morphs.
Do you know what a great circle is? Because all distances.
I know what a circle is. Please tell us what a great circle is.
Distances.
Please tell us what a great circle is.
A cross section of a sphere.
A circle.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Triangle.
just a normal circle.
I talk about a great
There's nothing
circle.
great about it.
Are you looking at your own stream?
Great. Yeah.
No, remove it from the screen. Take it away. It was detrimental anyway.
Why do you think that?
I'm not watching his.
Because all of the arcs that morphs at the end there, they all have different radii. Do you not see this?
Yeah, but they don't have 90 degrees, do they? They're not triangles.
The points
Yeah,
move
that's how
as well if you've
spherical-
noticed. If it's
That's
that
how
sphere
spherical
that he's playing.
Works.
You haven't looked over this very well, have you?
The points
course I have.
actually move.
Do you see the curves? Oi, oi, oi.
What's your problem with that?
They're all
They should-
different radii on the same ball.
So why do you think they fit onto it?
Because it's just a bullshit 2D representation of some shit.
It's
But the point is
computerized
that the lines
bullshit.
See that bullshit down there? Yeah, that's your flat Earth.
Is that
distances.
yours?
My
Are
flat
they your
Earth.
straight line
Yeah,
distances?
That's
Do
how
you
you
think I am a
distances
flat
work on the
earther?
Earth.
I am a flat earther.
You are a planar Earther.
Hey Omar,
Do you
them blue
think I'm a
points.
planar earther.
What's the angle on them blue points?
Celtic, just a minute. Let's get rid of this. Don't help him out here. He's just sort of blatantly laughed at somebody while he showed his bigotry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to explain that?
Sorry, who did I laugh at?
Well, me.
You just explained your bigotry.
I explained my bigotry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, flat Earth.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you did a storm in there with
if we
flat Earth.
if we go to the conclusion of what you claim of your axioms, then we
Can we
get
get an admittance from you that those curves that you have in that little animation there, they all have different radii, and you're then placing them on a ball.
Exactly.
No, that's what you think it looks like, but it's not.
Hello.
It's not true.
Come on, look at them. They do not have the same radii.
The problem with that is not that you think it's the wrong radii, but that real-world distances do not fit onto a flat Earth. That's the problem here.
So just make up shit. That's your tactic on that one. Will you not look at those curves just once and see that they do not have the same radii?
They do, though.
Can you draw them out as circles? Can you see that they will be different sized circles? Very clearly.
Yeah, we see
very clearly.
Bravo, Hoimar. Bravo.
Not that screen there, the one where the actual curves are.
Yeah, go back a bit.
You mean like when they
keep going,
when they flip around or what? I
Just
mean,
keep going. I'll tell you.
It's perspective.
Keep
if you
going.
rotate
Keep going.
Come on.
that in 3D, it just looks like that. It's normal.
Keep going.
Keep going.
No, okay. Okay, like five frames forward.
Yeah.
These curves here, they all will make different sized circles, yeah?
Actually, they don't. It's just...
I mean, seriously, if you draw these ones out, of course they will be different sized circles. Do you not see this?
That won't make a ball. Sorry, Hoimar.
Well, that's not the point, though. It's all of these lines are supposed to represent distances along the surface of a ball, but they're all using different radii. They're different sized circles.
Exactly. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
But you're aware that they have different lengths.
Yeah, different radii.
No, the length. The actual great circle distances. That
I
these,
just want you to
portray.
admit that they will be different sized circles with different radii. That's all.
Well, but that looks to me like it's taken from the surface of a ball, like perfectly.
Yeah, but we can only have one radii.
And voila, right?
If it's a ball.
Exactly
and
like
voila, yeah. There's the radius of the Earth.
It's not a radius. It's just that it fits like these blue dots. These are actual cities on Earth, right? If you try to put that on a flat map, it doesn't line up at all. Don't you see the problem with that?
It's not my flat Earth map you're straw manning with me with
No,
over there.
it's just distances
I'm just pointing
on a
out.
horizontal plane. That's all it is. Distances on a horizontal plane.
I haven't
They
claimed
don't
any of
conform
those
with the real world.
distances. I haven't claimed anything about those distances. I'm
Okay,
just
okay.
pointing out that those curves right there will form different sized circles, meaning they will all have different radii. That's my only thing. That's the only thing I'm pointing out to you, and you don't even want to admit it.
So you're questioning the distances that are used by
can you
thousands
listen?
of companies every day?
I'm
your
not
diagram.
even
The world economy
mentioning any
depends on those
distances. You are mentioning distances. It's your thing that you're showing. I'm just pointing out to you that those curves will be different sized circles, meaning they will have different radii.
But you can only have one radii. You have to have the same radii, Omar. That's what Saiga is trying to say. You understand?
Like, what kind of wizard, like level of wizardry do you profess to be at yourself?
Who, me?
No, Hoimar.
I mean, I'm not sure what what kind of animation they did with those, because I mean it does look a bit strange.
Animation, yeah, of course it does.
Thank you. That's all I wanted.
But then, you see the animation, they're like flipped onto a ball, onto the mesh. Basically, they form a mesh, and that fits perfectly onto the ball.
Well, no, that's the whole point.
I can only repeat
arcs of different sized circles. They won't fit onto the same
they are
ball
arcs.
equally.
they would intersect with the ball if there weren't great circles of the sphere of the same radius. But do you not? How often do I have to repeat that? That's not even the point. The point is that distances of the real world do not fit onto a horizontal plane.
How do you know that?
Have you
Because you can
verified
do it.
all of these measurements?
You only need
or
5
distances
points.
or whatever. Like these are your numbers. These aren't my numbers. These are your numbers.
You only need 4 points on Earth, and try to connect them with the actual distance.
With
So
90-degree angles.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's just very apparent with the square, because if a square doesn't, if the diagonals of the square don't line up, then you're not actually, then it can't be straight lines. Then the square is not made up of these straight lines, right?
So
That's
you're
what this
saying,
is supposed to show.
so out of your 6 points there, there's only 1 point that doesn't add up. It's New York, Cape Town, is it? All the rest add up.
No, that's just, you could orient these lines, as you can see here. You can do that in any way.
New York, Cape Town doesn't add up.
No, you could also make New York, Cape Town add up, but then the other corners wouldn't add up anymore. It's a fundamental problem.
But do you also see the fundamental problem of your arcs there with the different radii plotted onto the same sphere? Do you see the problem there?
Well, I think it is the same radius.
No, but
What?
if I curved, just say New York, Cape Town, if I put the radii more, New York and Cape Town would add up. Do you understand?
It wouldn't. No.
But look at the radii there. Look. Okay, so New York, Cape Town. Look at the radii at the top.
Yeah.
Radius, right?
It's basically
And
a
look at
great circle viewed from some perspective.
Yeah, and then at the bottom,
that's just distorted. They are then correctly aligned in
look at New
3D
York and
space.
Paris. Look at New York and Paris.
Yes, so what? So what?
What you're showing us doesn't make sense.
So that doesn't make any sense here. Does that not make any sense to you? What are you seeing here?
No.
Why not?
No, I understand it, but I'm telling you the issue with it, right?
Yeah. The radii shouldn't. The radius of all them. Look, New York, Paris is not the same radius as New York, Cape Town. It
It's
should
not
be the
2D.
same.
It's not a two-dimensional depiction here.
But you're showing us a 2D. That's 2D.
That's a 3D render mapped to a 2D.
It's 3D?
Because it's
That's
a screen,
3D.
right?
Is that 3D? Okay.
Of course it is. Yeah, it's
But
of
New York,
course it is. It's
New York-
calculated in 3D space, and then
New York, Cape Town. Okay. Is that
computer
3D?
graphics.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's all it is, Mara. It's computer graphics. Good man. Thank you for showing us that.
No, that's why the radii look different.
It's not reality, it's
really
computer
simple as
graphics.
that.
Yeah, merely computer graphics.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, but
It's not reality.
The fundamental your takeaway from this is that you cannot build a flat map of the Earth with real-world distances, with no distortion. So we are not living on a plane with topography.
We're not.
We are not. Impossible. It is impossible.
A 2D plane or just a 2D?
A plane itself is always 3D.
A
You're living in a
plane's
3D reality, right?
Come again. A plane is always 3D in itself.
Yeah, geometrically a plane is 3D.
No.
That's not what we're talking about.
No, a plane is 2D.
Yes.
Its surface is 2D, but the plane exists in 3D space.
No, a plane is
Three-dimensional
2D, but there is 3D reality. Right? You use geometrical concepts of 1D, point, line, 2D, triangles and circles and squares, like in reality, but it's always in 3D in reality. But a plane is definitely 2D. The concept of a triangle or a square or a circle is 2D, right?
Length times breadth.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Good. I'm glad you're learning.
I mean, it's the same
That
as
is what
saying-
you're doing, right? We're teaching you the globe argument now, because you've got to relate it. You've got to relate it to reality at some point on a very simple level. It has to.
Yeah, I'm merely saying that the surface of a plane is two-dimensional, but the plane itself exists in three-dimensional space.
No,
That's all I was
everything
saying.
exists in 3D, right? Because that's what we live
Well,
in.
in geometry,
reality
we can-
is 3D. So,
Well, in geometry,
in
not, but
some
yeah,
sense of
reality,
everything involves 3D, but a plane is 2D.
Its surface is, yeah.
No, it is 2D.
It is not. No. No.
It is. I'm
Okay,
not
so-
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, a plane is 2D.
Can you define a plane in 2D space? Can you
Length
do that?
times breadth.
Then it's not a plane. That's an area.
Boom! Oh, there you go.
Oh wow. Nice.
Why does he want to change what geometry is?
Because he
Hey,
doesn't
Paige.
know geometry. Paige.
I think I know geometry better than some here, but
The
Hey.
real world practical geometry, or he knows fine well and he can't talk his way around it any other way.
it's just you take issue with the distinction between the surface of a a solid, right? Or what is it called in English?
Why have you gone
You
to
know.
solids? We were
We're
talking
just talking about a plane, dude. Like,
plane.
really? Come on.
You want to go to solids now?
Oh, Bev,
Yeah.
Jimmy
Yeah,
boy.
there's a distinction between the surface of an object and the object itself. Surface is always 2D.
We're just talking
in
about a
three-dimensional
plane.
space.
We're talking about
Yeah.
a plane.
We're
Yeah.
talking about a plane.
Mm.
2D.
Hey,
That's 2D, right?
Bev, you're deflecting, according to Jimmy
I
boy
know.
in chat.
Jimmy's
Yeah.
like realizing.
Yeah.
Ah.
Don't help Jimmy deflect by bringing the
Yeah.
chat into the conversation.
I wasn't
Yeah, no,
even
but it's
reading.
fine. It's fine.
He's
Yeah, I think I know
Hoymar's
what you mean.
struggling with 2D and understanding that a plane is 2D.
Yeah, you would have to show me a citation for that, because everywhere I read it or how I learned it, it's not 2D.
What is it
cannot
then?
be like, what's the normal vector of a two-dimensional plane?
The normal vector. There
Yeah.
isn't a normal.
Oh,
Is there?
Oh, okay, there is no.
It's
a plane doesn't have-
perpendicular.
Any orientation.
You muppets.
Horizontal. You could have it diagonal. Doesn't matter. It's a plane. What on earth are you talking about vectors for? Normal vectors.
Yeah, you're showing total ignorance to geometry here.
No,
but
do you know what a
You- you
perpendicular
go ahead.
is? Definition 10, Hoymar.
Yeah, of course I do.
Right, go on then. Can you recite it, or do you want me to get it for you?
You're the expert in Euclid, aren't you?
Yeah.
And we are
That's the
agreeing.
person.
I
that
wouldn't, I
your
wouldn't
basic
say it's I
definitions-
wouldn't say being an expert talking about definition 10.
And I'm.
Do you want me to get it for you?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, let me give me a second.
This is good because this goes back to the conversation that we were having, Hoymar, a few days back, where you agreed to this very thing. So I wonder if you'll agree again.
There you go. There's definition 10 in the live chat. And I'll just go and find the definition of superficies for you.
That's what Aquaman uses. Superficies.
Exactly, Paige. Exactly.
There you go. Superficies is that which has only length and breadth. And this is, since this is book 1 and it's Euclid, they're talking about plane geometry, right? All of this geometry is done on the plane, and the plane is described as the superficies, which has only length and breadth. 2 dimensions, length 1, breadth 2. 2 dimensions. Do you agree?
I agree.
Hoymar? Are we learning? I hope so. I know, it's only simple geometry. I mean, it must be.
No, Heimar's Googling something there. He's on Wikipedia.
Must be hard for him to dial this back.
Yeah.
I mean, look, imagine how clever Oymar is, having to come all the way back to learn what a plane is in geometry. Imagine. The plane is a superficies is that which has only length and breadth. And you were talking about a normal. Well, normal is a perpendicular, and the perpendicular states when a straight line standing on another straight line makes the adjacent angles equal to one another. Each of the angles is called a right angle, and the straight line which stands on the other is called a perpendicular to it. That's the very meaning of the word perpendicular.
Wow.
Wrote into definition 10 of the Euclidean elements.
Euclidean.
All of these words got ingrained into the geometric understanding. I mean, like, there isn't any other definitions of perpendicular at all, is there? I mean, there's only one, and that's defined within this book.
Yeah.
You could call it an ancient geometric word, that, couldn't you? Perpendicular.
Well, we still use it today.
I know.
Yeah.
They use it. It's they say level is perpendicular to a plumb bob, don't they?
All the professionals still use it today as well.
Gravity.
Perpendicular.
Yeah, they just put plumb bob, like they call gravity what the plumb bob does, and then say that horizontal is perpendicular to that, and level is also perpendicular to it at the same time. Both level, imagine that, both level and horizontal being perpendicular to vertical. But then somebody has the ability to imagine that these two things that are both perpendicular, that only one of them is actually a straight line. Yet perpendicular means at right angles to and a straight line. Being a straight line. I think it's fascinating.
Didn't they say a point? Aren't they saying it's something at a point?
That's what Hoymar was trying to do just earlier, that he was having perpendicular only at the point on the vertical. He's not having the other straight line. It's gone.
Yeah,
it's his model, though. Model affliction. His model dictates that there are no horizontals. It's a horizontal paradox. They have to do away with them.
Because of gravity. Is that it?
I think so, yeah. I think gravity wipes out a horizontal for being any longer than a point on the vertical. So the only place that horizontal exists is on the vertical. That's fantastic, isn't it? I bet you thought a horizontal plane was a big thing. But they're all within the plumb bob line. Like
I never heard of surveyors or anybody like that, you know, taking gravity into account when they're taking measurements. Did you, Bev?
I've never heard of it, no.
No, that's even pilots. They never talk about gravity.
They say only all the local surveyors, surveyors that you ever see surveying, when you ask them, right, they'll obviously be local surveyors because they're there. You're there locally and they're there with you talking to them. So
yeah, when they finish work, you meet them down in your local pub for a pint.
Well, they're only surveying locally, and then what effect could gravity have on the horizontal that they're using?
I don't understand that.
I can't understand why gravity would affect a horizontal at all. No. It's a straight line.
Yeah, I just can't get it wrapped that around. I can't. I don't understand.
Yeah, there's no gravity in geometry. It doesn't come into it, especially in the book Euclid. Didn't mention it once.
Which is why I said like 17 times in a row to you, Hoymar, that gravity is a complete non sequitur to geometry.
He's not listening.
So exactly, yeah, he's gone off Googling. He's going to come up with a page now. He's on Wikipedia at the moment.
He's on a tangent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the perpendicular paradox, right? We've just gone through the horizontal, and now he's found that the perpendicular paradox of perpendicular.
And he found the double drop hump.
He'll be back and reset again tomorrow. Like
the double drop hump, the dromedary hump. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, there's
acceptable paradoxes everywhere.
Yeah.
Define humps, define drops. I'm confused. I said it earlier.
Are they shy about it? Because they don't seem to accept them.
No.
I mean, do you think that they might think that... I don't know. I can't even imagine. I'm lost. I'm lost to imagine what sort of a model afflicted person would be thinking about us knowing that level is horizontal.
A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and they're saying that gravity can have an effect on that.
Well, I'm guessing that since they have a trouble with that straight line, I'm willing to bet that there's a straight line paradox.
Yeah.
The 2 point paradox. And the distance between those 2 points obviously is up for contention, whether the shortest distance is a straight line in between those 2 points, or whether there is a shorter distance than a straight line in between those 2 points, or whether a great circle might be the shortest distance between those 2 points, and whether that is shorter than the straight line. I mean, there's all sorts of paradoxes developing daily around this globe model.
Great circle, isn't that a concept out of spherical geometry?
It's just a circle with great in front of it. I mean,
well, yeah.
they're all conceptual, aren't they? I mean, like, everybody knows that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Yep.
The only problem comes when you add model.
Gravity.
Paradoxes all over the place. Equipotential angles of adjustments. We've got we had another one earlier on tonight, but I forgot. They're coming at us so fast.
Hoimar has admitted to like 3 or 4 things today, so I would say props to Hoimar for admitting to these things, even though there is still a ways to go for some of the other things.
But like, he'll never admit to it again.
Hey Bev, if you shot a straight line, let's say 20 miles, okay? You measure, like, you're doing a straight line for 20 miles. You could measure. We can measure with the tools. We can measure, let's say, I don't know, an auto level. How far can you shoot with that? What's
About 50 meters. Well, 50 meters back sight, 50 meters foresight.
Okay, so you
meters, let's say.
you get a level measurement. Okay, so 50 into 20 miles, 50 meters into 20 miles. That's a lot of shooting, isn't it? So you'll find it level all the time over 20 miles, wouldn't you? If you were shooting a straight line from the point A. If you shoot backwards,
obviously you'd have to find it all level. What you'd have to do is find a canal, because that was the problem we had. If you want to shoot a level, you find a level to go along. It's so hard to judge what you think is level if you've not got anything to judge it off.
But the only thing, we can judge it off is water, because we know water finds its level. Yeah. Or a big, probably a big lake or something, canal or a big flat lake
around the shore of shoreline.
Yeah.
You always go to water. You can't go anywhere else.
No. Yeah. So I don't know if like for 20 miles, is there a canal that runs 20 miles? A level canal. Where's Rumpus? When's his videos coming out? I'm still waiting.
Soon.
Yeah. How long is he shooting his experiment for? How long is he doing? Like, what's he doing? He's putting poles in a canal or something, and he's going to do an auto test, whatever. An auto level, is it? He's supposed to have loads of footage already, but he's not showing it. The Bedford Canal, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what he was after doing, yeah.
So what's he doing? What, 2 or 3 kilometers or further?
Rumpus is doing. He's got 4 sticks over 6 miles.
6 miles, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and all he's doing is putting he says he's going to put an auto level up on the bridge. And he's going to try and raise sticks to the crosshairs of the auto level.
Over 6 miles. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's got himself into.
She just said another level to get a good reading is over 500 meters.
50.
50 meters, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's gone 6 miles.
Yeah.
Ah.
And expecting to put a stick up into the crosshairs.
Ah, okay. But he's supposed to have loads of footage anyway to show us.
I hope so.
Yeah. We're still waiting on Ranty to go up the hill as well. Mm. Summer Hill.
Not happen, will it?
Nah.
No. Nobody's ever been up. George was showing everybody that he went up Pikes Peak with an auto level.
Yeah.
I don't know what for. More like Ranty can do it as well. If George can do it, then Ranty can do it.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Make videos then.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Team Wrecked International. Do you
It's
want
all
to
gone
ship
quiet.
George in?
Everybody's gone quiet. What's happening?
I'm going to be having to shut down. It's UFC night tomorrow, and it's going to be a late one.
Is there a good boxing tomorrow night? Who's boxing?
24
Is there a
hours.
good-
It starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow. It's Adesanya.
Oh, I'll pop in.
And Whitaker.
Yeah.
But that'll be like the late one, and so that'll be, God knows, at 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Will you be streaming it or what? I'm sure. I don't know.
I would get the other one.
Okay.
Right,
Look
so,
what Heimar just posted in the chat.
5 hours.
Fuck's sake. Is that him, is it? Is that you, Heimar? Oh no, that was hectic. I don't know.
What's going on, Andy? Anybody got any final words then before I shut off and then come back tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm pretty confused. We got the humps and the drops. I don't understand anything. That's why I come in here to learn.
Well,
that's
yeah,
my final word. I get confused, you know.
Well, Heimar obviously doesn't know anything. He's never done any surveying or anything. So the only reason he could be saying that is because the model dictates it to him.
Yeah, and trying to confuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's trying to confuse a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are like Heimar that purposely try and be sophists.
There is also the slight chance that he's trying to convince himself.
Why come here?
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Yeah. I mean, there are other places if he wanted to convince himself that you could go there. I mean, maybe what they've done is they've made it that hard for people to be in these sort of arenas that they just shut everybody else down. Everybody else goes, I can't be bothered.
This is it, yeah. They can't come in here anymore because they've got nothing. Did you see the way Rumpus tried to come in when Heimar was getting destroyed?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do. Tactics. We didn't see Blue tonight.
No.
Blue was around last night. We didn't see Brenda either after last night.
Yeah, Brenda came in.
Yeah. Was she? I missed her then. She was back.
Yeah. I think I was mansplaining, trying to go over stuff and clarify things just to make sure we understood, and it seems she got upset.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah,
so
Omar has taken Rumpus.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the
Nice
sack
now.
too. Oh, say goodnight to the chat.
oh, here we go. He went back. He knows you. He went beyond the archaic definitions of perpendicular. Heimar. new geometry. Get ready for it. It's coming. It's coming. These new clever people that have been to college know the new definitions of the new school definitions.
They're very ignorant as well. Like, they come in here, they don't say hello, and they just go away, they don't say goodbye. That's ignorance. Shit.
Right, I'll put the
Well,
song
I
on.
think it was a good display of how such a conversation will go, to put it very mildly, yeah.
Sorry, Geki, you were good tonight. Yeah, you were brilliant.
Right, we'll see you tomorrow, guys.
Yeah, I'm shattered as well. Good night, all. Bye bye. Cheers.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their minds. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.